Unbelievable. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, that thing just got rejected. Rejected at resistance. They said you shall not pass. I mean, Nikki looks like it wants to curl, doesn't it? Even though it looks like pretty sus. That looks way sus. Good morning. Wow, I've never seen Peter here this early. What is going on? Peter, what happened? I would gladly wear this hoodie today. Oh my days. Anyways, yeah, no, ZYBT looks good. It just has a lot of resistance below $1.40. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Can we sell after we buy on Webull? Yes, you can. If it lets you buy, you can sell it. Um, yeah, and yeah, if it lets you buy, you can sell it. If you can sell it, maybe only do a small position though, because that thing looks pretty sus. By the way, AMC had some news this morning. They reported their earnings, and the stock went up 15%. So maybe there's hope after all. Like there's an offering coming tonight, probably. No hope. You know, this thing looks good. I think the only concern for now is you're testing resistance into the open here, so I'd just be a little bit careful. Yeah, just be careful. With Nikki, that is right. Nikki. That was. I mean, like, look at this, guys. Look at this. Right. So this one came on the scanner this morning, and then I pulled it up, and then I was like, "What the hell is the stock? Like, what is it doing?" Right. And the damn thing was at like 11, and then 12, and then 14. I'm like, "What's happening with this stock?" I don't really see anything good with it, you know. And then all of a sudden, it went to $20, and then to 22, and then to 30, and then to 40, and then to 50, and then slapped all the way back down. Oh my goodness. Sheesh. Ali, I posted the analysis on SNDK in the small cap channel. So take a look at that. That'll give you a lot more detail than I can, especially with into the open. So I'm not gonna pull up that chart at the open because I just pulled it up on Sunday night. Yeah. If you're looking for like MU, SNDK, all of these names, take a look in the small mid cap channel in Discord. Those names are usually posted in there on Sundays. So BI looks good. It looks nice and constructive. It just has a lot of resistance here though at $8. So that thing needs to break above KWM for the penny stock people. Looks like it's holding 14 cents to 200 EMA. SDOT has been nice this morning. Nothing crazy, but it's been nice. So maybe this is taking over from V. They're like, hey, bring our money back. For right now, SDOT is kind of sitting in the middle here, so it's a bit interesting. You have some support at 32, but if 32 doesn't hold, then you're looking for closer to the 200 EMA at 31-ish. And then obviously you can see the supply zone at the top. Alrighty. Like I mentioned, ZYBT looks really nice. You're just at resistance here, like 136, 137. So we need to break above that level. And then a few other names that we'll kind of keep an eye on. Alrighty. I just have Nikki on here because I want to see what it does at the open because it looks like it's a crazy stock. So they've done a split, so the float is low. They've also done a merger and a name change. So they've done so many different things at the same time. Not sure why they're doing all of them, but maybe they're trying to really pump the stock, but they've already pumped it and dumped it. So I don't know what they're trying to do now. So, anyways, let's see what happens at the open with this one. Yeah, some people can, some people can't. Right. So a lot of people cannot even buy this. So I'd be very careful. Please and thank you. Alrighty. Again, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Happy Monday. Hopefully, you guys had a wonderful weekend. And let's make some monies, right? So to me, BIYA looks the best. That's why it's number two. Um, I like the way that it's consistently trending up here, but you can tell where the resistance is at. So it really needs to break above. And honestly, you can move this line all the way to 820, and it would make a lot more sense, right? So BIYA looks fine. It pushed on Friday and it pushed again today. Right, so 40% on Friday, 90% this morning. So it looks really good, but we're kind of testing resistance here. So just remember that it's Monday morning. There's no need to do anything too dangerous, please. Alrighty, nothing too dangerous. Again, KWM for Raven holding 14 cents. SDOT is still holding that 32 area at the VWAP. And then ZYBT is still failing at resistance, so it needs to break out of there if it wants to do anything. I don't mind ADVB, right? I don't mind it, but I want to see almost a retest of the 200 EMA again before it goes. So we'll keep an eye on that one at the open. Again, we only have AMC on here because they reported earnings and blah, 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 but I'm going to get rid of that. So bring us the violence. Yeah, so ADVB with a nice little pop here. I still want to see a retest to the downside. This NIKI stock might get halted every second though, so be careful with it. And then we'll go from there. Cool. So our top three names for right now are probably going to be BIYA, SDOT, and then ZYBT. Alrighty. And then again, if we want to add another name, let's see what KWM does first. But it has work to do. Cool. It's Monday morning. There's no need to rush into anything, please. Alrighty. Let's see if BI can give us some monies. SDOT it came all the way down to retest the 200 EMA at 31 and then popped. So oof, damn! Look at that thing. That thing said, "Yes, sir. Give me the chaos." From the fires, I do sound stuffed, huh? Yeah, I need some water. I do sound stuffed, but I think it'll get better though as the day progresses here. As I start yapping more. Yeah, the weather's rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. Okay, anything else other than the names we're paying attention to? Surprised NIKI isn't halted yet. Interesting, huh? Anyways, so dipping here, dipping on this one. SDOT still in the middle. BIA dipping as well. Again, this is why we say don't do anything too crazy at the open, guys. Don't do anything too crazy at the open. Just sit back and relax. It's Monday morning. All right, these SkyQ is halted up. That thing just showed up and halted up immediately. So I don't know if someone's trying to pump that, but yeah, no, I saw it. It's halted though, so there's nothing we can really do with that. So AMC on the other hand is actually pushing up a little bit. I don't think anybody cares about AMC. Let me know if you do. But yeah, SkyQ's halted up like right away. So we will see what happens after the on halt. Again, BI is still like alrighty. So this is still at the top of the list for now. BIYA. Let's see if we can stay above the 720 demand zone though. It has been bouncing off this area for some time now. So let's see if it can stay above it and then bounce back up. BIYA. So for now, again, I think this is closer to the top of the list, along with again ZYBT. The only concern for this one is we keep failing at that resistance, right? So every time we get to $1.36, $1.37, this thing goes back down. So nice little dip though to 120 and back to 135. Right? So dip skis and then pop. So something needs to give us an actual breakout. Let me see. What did virus? Let me see. Yeah. Oh, sirens is just in time for the market open virus. Oh yeah, yeah. Yep, it's crazy virus. So there goes ZYBT, guys. ZYBT says, "Hey, I'm the captain now. Make me the captain." Make me the captain, please. I'm number one. Make me the captain. Is it halted up at 146? It's going to clear these supply zones, isn't it? Yeah, it's halted up 146. $1.46. Yep. Yeah, since pre-market, yeah, maybe now it won't though, right? Maybe now it's going to make you happy. Highs of the day and halted up. BI came all the way down, no consolidation at all, right? So there's a difference. We've talked about this, right? So no consolidation, just straight drops, right? So if it's not going to consolidate, you don't touch it. Nikki looks like Nikki's halted up. So this is kind of what I expected from this stock. SDOT, no consolidation either, just straight slaps. Right, Iron, yeah, there you go. Did you see Iron? Iron was posted in Discord last night, right? Ivan in the swing channel. So that is nice. That is nice. So yeah, now for your next level on BIYA, watch that view out there. But it really needs to consolidate. It doesn't really matter what you're trying to get out of it. It needs to consolidate. Yeah. They're gonna arrest him, Peter. That's what they're gonna do. Type yes in the chat if you're holding ZYBT. You got in early? Nice, Ivan. Good job. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Well done. Let me take a look at Iron actually. Iron was the last thing we posted in the small mid cap channel last night. That's a nice pop. It's a very nice explosion there. Oof. A very nice pump. Okay, let's see. While we're waiting for some of those other names to actually, find proper levels. Okay. I'm just looking at some of these other names here. Yeah, again, it's not consolidating, right? So you need that. Alrighty. SkyQ is on halted. Nothing crazy happening here with that volume. So give it some time. NIKI is on halted, not really doing much. SDOT looks like it bounced off the 30 support, so that was your next support below the 200, and it's back up there. So lots of volatility here in these names. Alrighty, so again, it's Monday morning, guys. If it doesn't seem like there's anything clear, right, don't worry about it. Alrighty, don't worry about it. Something clearer will show up. One of these names will consolidate at some point, but right now ZYBT looks good. The supply zone was a bit concerning, but we've also mentioned how when the supply zone covers your whole screen, it doesn't really matter. So, yeah. It depends, Gomer. It depends. What's your entry price on that thing? It looks good. What's your entry price though? What you getting at? Okay, give us the on hold. So for this one, you can obviously see that there's a demand zone and a VWAP sitting in this little spot above 680 for BIYA. I think what we want to see though is a little bit of consolidation. I mean, this is the first time you've had a whole bunch of candles kind of chilling in the same spot. So let's see BIYA can curl up the bottoms here. Alrighty. And then obviously again, this one's still halted. SkyQ just looks like it's chilling in the same spot. chilling in the same area. ADVB has been one that we haven't paid a whole bunch of attention to, but it's not looking too bad, is it? Right? It's nice and volatile. ADVB. So from 620 all the way back to almost seven. There goes $7. And then ZYBT is on halted and immediately right back down. You just got in now, Komar? Just now, huh? Just now. You just decided, you know what? Let me just get in now. Just now. By the way, again, Gomer, this is why we tell you to join us in Discord, right? That stock was posted last night, the very last stock on the watch list. And the entire morning, this thing was at 34, 33, 34, 35, and then boom, right? 39. ADVB is looking really strong. SkyQ looks like it wants to break out too, above 480. Is ZYBT? Yeah, it's halted down. So on halted and immediately halted down. Yeah. Immediately halted down. No, I wanted to roast. That's why, Willie. I wanted to roast. BIA is holding that 680 area between the demand zone and the VWAP. To me, though, this still looks like a lower high. So we need a double bottom, a retest. We need something. Something. Yeah, NIKI's just glitching at this point because NIKI's showing that it's at $70, but we know it's not at $70. So TradingView is having a hard time managing this one now. SLND was the most annoying stock on Friday. The most annoying stock on Friday. But they had good news and the stock just became an all-day scalp. So I wonder if people are going to go back to this now and say, hey, you know what? If things are slow, I mean, it's the same stupid range, isn't it? Right? We talked about this on Friday. The buy range was between $1.90, and it came back to that range this morning, held it, and it's back to 127. Obviously, still very early, but it's not looking too bad. BIA is coming back for the retest, so let's see if they can hold. SkyQ still getting rejected at resistance, and we need some more consistency in these names. You know what's halted down? No comments. No comments. Let's go, Raven. Yeah, no, it's looking okay. SLND is looking okay. I just think you're stalling a lot though, and when it's stalling like that, you don't want to, you want to consider taking those profits like Raven is. So there's a lot of stalling there. So be careful. Be careful. Iran looks fine. If you look at the daily on this, there definitely was an opportunity there. He talks more than my wife, and she had a gold medal on speaking. You could tell the markets yeah. You can tell, you can always tell when the markets are a little bit slower because you guys start roasting. Yeah, BXBL. Yeah. ADVB is actually looking really good. ADVB. SDOT is slowly creeping up here again, guys. So that's not bad. Again, $30 retest and then back to 33. So that's not bad. Right? Not bad at all. The only annoying thing with most of these charts, the fact that they're just going up and down and up and down, that's a little bit annoying. You can't really trust them yet. You can't really trust BI yet, right? It's just a lower high. If they can find a way to stay above the 680 though and start curling back up for BIYA, that'd be the first sign of something that might be consistent. So Good job on Iran. Ivan, good job. Yeah, 34.50 to 39. That's a good scalp. Very nice scalp. Yeah, Tiffany, it's a bit slow. Yeah, Nikki, right? I think again the fact that a whole bunch of people can't even trade it, that's a bit difficult, anyways. So it's a bit slow. ZYBT is all over the place. Like it really is just all over the place. Look at this. Now we're pushing again for the highs of the day for ZYBT. Like halted up, unhalted, halted down, and now it's unhalted and it's going back up, and now it's making brand new highs of the day. ZYBT. All right, look at that, and now it's about to be halted up again. Like this is just it's like okay, we like the stock. We've obviously said that before, right? Number one, but damn, like what is this price action? Like what's the need for all of this? Anyways, SDOT, okay, yeah, just it just made brand new highs of the day there. So BIYA is trying to hold that 680, so it really needs to stay above it. My concern now is that it's struggling with the VWAP, so it really needs to get back above. Anyways, yeah, ZYBT's halted up. He said, I win. Yes. I win, but Iran, he said, I win. Some names you just know. Peter needs to find a name. There was a name called Petros or something like that. And it was flying, and we're like, Peter, how come you're not in that? How come? How come? There was another stock called Chai. Peter, you should have been in that one. And then there was a stock called Big Toe. Dan should have definitely been in that one. Yeah. It's crazy how Huts has been pumping. Quite impressive. You just didn't get in as soon as you saw, you should have got in. That's the issue. SDOT is retesting the highs of the day, market open highs. So $34 here for SDOT. So you should be happy with that position for now. Blitz, you just need a breakout though. You need a breakout above like 34.50, and then you can look for the highs, 36. So just be careful with the supplies on up here. Yeah, there it goes 34. Ed Stott said, "Let me go. Let me go." Yep. Is it wrong to grab for some rebound with a tight stop loss? I'll take a look. 52-week lows. Yeah, I'll take a look. So again, BIYA guys is looking for that little double bottom, which is something that we've come to expect now or come to hope for, right? So we don't mind the stock. We're just looking for that double bottom. The concern though is that 200 EMA at 720. So it needs to get above that 720, 730 area. Alrighty. So again, this is something that we've come to expect, right? When a stock is bouncing the first time, we need that second invitation. Yeah. Do you knit your own sweater? No, I just get it from Peter, Devin. Yeah. Why do you knit sweaters? You did already, Raymond? Okay. Yeah, just have that tight stop loss, right? Especially since it's at 52-week lows, right? Yeah. Yeah, especially since you're already at 52-week lows, just pick a number and set a stop loss. Again, BIYA doesn't look too bad. My only concern is that 200 EMA acting as resistance. So it needs to close above that level if it wants to actually start doing stuff here. Right? So you can tell they're rejecting it at the 200 EMA like clockwork. Look at that. Straight rejection and slap. right? So when you go below some of these lines, guys, they become your worst enemy, right? When you go below some of these lines, they become your worst enemies. So again, 680 is still holding. That's fine, but we need to get back above the 200 EMA. If not, meh, right? So SDOT, you can obviously see the supply zone there, so it needs to break above that area. And then IREN is still just slowly creeping up, just creeping up. Yeah. What are the key zones? I'll have to take a look at CLSK in a second. I will take a look. Yeah, it looks like S dot got rejected at resistance, right? So clear rejection there. This kind of feels like a continuation from last week, doesn't it? You know, where nothing can actually break out. Hopefully ZYBT can break out and actually, you know, give us good candles, because this right now is rubbish. There goes the on holds. And again, look at the price action, right? 150. Okay. Yeah, like it's just like this is just so sus. Just so sus. Yeah, be careful. If this thing doesn't go, maybe people can go back to BIYA instead, you know. But these candles are all over the place still. You're out of it. You were in it, pizza. You got into this one. Okay, nice, very nice. There goes 160. That thing said pizza's out. Okay, that's all you needed to say. That's literally it. That's it. That's all you needed to say. Pizza out. That means I go higher. There goes 163. That's all you that's it. You know? Two keywords. Pizza out. And then at that point the stock refuses to be a scam anymore. You know? Says, "Oh no, I'm no longer a scam. Don't worry about it. This time I only go up." There it goes. It's halted up at 168, by the way. uh, ZYBT is halted up. So yeah. That thing said pizza's out. Okay. I'm also out 166. Okay, that's not bad though, Wolf. That's not bad. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding ZYBT. Type yes in the chat if you're still in ZYBT. Ah. Can you see the confidence in the chat, in the stock, in the everything? It, you know, when pizza is out of the position, feel the confidence, huh? Then you know you're like, yep. You're like, yep. Okay, there we go. Yes. Congratulations, guys. Yeah, most of the market is green except for SpaceX. BIYA is still fighting with this 200 EMA, guys. So we know where the bottom is at, right? 680-ish. We just need to get a break out to the upside. SDOT is retesting the 32 area as well. So if it can stay above that, that's okay. Cool. And yeah. NIKI, like 50 cents. Pizza says, piss off. You were out at 166 as well. Yeah, that's fine. Right? As long as you made monies in ZYBT, that's completely okay. The only stock you didn't have, but that's the number one stock on the stream title. That's the number one stock, Katie. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Not sure what's going on there, but yeah, it's losing some gains. Maybe it's filling somewhat of a gap. Winterfell. Who knows? But that was a nice open though. Yeah, no, ZYBT. I think the reason why a lot of people were concerned with this one was because of the supply zone. But I've said this already multiple times. When you see a big supply zone like this, guys, it doesn't matter, right? Pretend that it's not there. Just focus on the price action instead. So in this case, what it needed to do was break above $1.36, right? So again, the price action on this has been pretty sus. Um, so hopefully it can behave. Let's go, Raymond. Good job. Yeah, it's not bad, right? And then again, Iran, I know we're not really, this is more of a swing play, right? But Iran has done well. Let me pull up the daily really quickly. I just want to see. Um, so we talked about this last night, guys. And the reason we were talking about Iran last night in the swing channel was because of this level here at 33-ish, 33, 32, $30, that range, right? Once we start getting to a level like this, right? Iran has also been dropping for a very long time. So you can see, like, look at this, right? From $70 all the way to $30. That's a pretty big drop. So, um, yeah. So I guess they decided that, you know what? Let's give it a dead cat bounce. Let's bounce it a little bit. So yeah, that's not bad, right? Nice little pop. A nice little pop. So yeah, Iron looks good. Congrats if you got into this one. Um, send it. Send it back about $40. Still waiting for the on hold for this one, guys. SDOT has done an excellent job. When I say excellent, I mean excellent. Excellent job of retesting the VWAP and then bouncing up the VWAP. So 3250, right? And then back to the highs of the day. Obviously not holding up there yet, but still holding up. BIYA is also doing a good job of holding the demand zone, right? So we know there's support at 680 for this damn thing, but we also know there's major resistance right there at the 200 EMA. So if it doesn't want to break above that level, it's not ready. So it needs to break out. Yeah. Yeah, there goes the on hold for this one. So 170 for ZYBT on that on hold candle, and then back into the 160s. Right. So you can tell the stock wants to pop. Now you could tell the stock wants to pop again above 170, and there comes 170, 173. The only thing we haven't liked about the stock is just the way the candles move sometimes. You're like, can you really trust this? But for right now, though, I think said yes, you can. Just be careful, please. Right. Make sure you're locking in profits, especially on a name like this that's all over the place, right? Make sure you lock in profits. If you make 10 cents and it goes higher, that's okay, right? Because the very next second, this stock could be halted down. So please make sure you're protecting your monies. Protect the monies, or move your stop losses up. No, 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 no. Sure, I'll take a look. Yeah. CLSK. You're thinking of shorting the stock? I mean, yeah, yeah. That's not a bad spot to be looking for a short, right? Between 14.50 and $15, not a bad spot. As long as you make sure that if it breaks above that spot, you get rid of it to here, righty. So it came all the way down on Friday, right? You can see, like, if you so that was the same spot at last week, right? And then it came all the way down to $12, and then all the way back up to 15. So yeah, it's not a bad spot. That is your resistance. But if we keep going back up and it breaks out, you want to run. Alrighty. Hi Haley, good morning. Hi. Hello, hello. Haley's here, guys. Be nice. Everybody behave now, please. Behave. Everybody behave. ADVB is testing that view up again. So $7.50. This one's low key done well this morning. Surprisingly, eh? Low key done really well. The chat says hi Haley. Pizza says hi Haley. Yeah, you're gonna have some resistance at 750 just because of that VWAP. BIYA, guys, this is why we said be careful, please, right? It's one thing to be at support. It's another thing to confirm that by breaking above the 200 EMA. So, these are things you always have to pay attention to, right? If you're trying to buy something, but you're like, you know what, I like this stock, but yeah, the VWAP is right there, or the 200 EMA is right there, or this is right there, then don't touch it, right? Don't touch it, right? It's one thing to consolidate, but it's another thing to confirm to you that it doesn't have resistance, right where you're trying to get in. If the 200 EMA was up there, then we could say, hey, okay, yeah, the 200 EMA is higher, so then we're fine getting into the position, right? But if I'm trying to get into a position and I'm like, damn, my next resistance is 5 cents away, right? Then you want to be very careful, right? Because that next resistance is going to be resistance, whether you like it or not. So then you have to ask yourself, like, okay, risk reward, right? If I get in at the double bottom, if I get in the green zone, right? My next resistance is right there. Is it worth it? I mean, if it is, you made money, right? If it is, that's okay, right? Because it did go up multiple times. It went up 3 times to that resistance and it couldn't break it. So then you have to say, hey, you know what? I knew this was coming. Let me just take my profits, right? But that's something you have to think about. Alrighty. And then now we're selling off to brand new lows of the day. So it tested that resistance 3 times and we knew it was resistance. So ZYBT just holding the 9 EMA, which is fine. And then ADVB pushing up there nicely. A lot of these stocks have been sus this morning. Yeah. Yeah, SpaceX is getting cooked, right? But again, I don't think we're surprised that SpaceX is getting cooked. Why? Because they have a lot of negatives around the corner, right? And it's an IPO. We know that's what IPOs do. ZYBT still holding that 9 EMA. So as long as it stays above the 9 EMA, I think it's fine for now. Funny guy, do you have a question? Looking for an entry in Apple calls? I see. Yeah, I'll take a look in a second. Yeah, join us in Discord, right? Join us in Discord. Go to the options channel in Discord. That's gonna help you. She just rolled her eyes and goes, "Tell him I need to go find my library books to return." To return, my responsible 6-year-old. Love it. Someone needs to remember to return those library books, Caitlin. That's funny. Yeah, looks like this is getting rejected now with the supply zone and the yellow candle. I'm surprised nothing is broken out yet, guys. I mean, the only thing that's really broken out this morning is ZYBT. But again, it's not that crazy of a breakout, is it? Everything else is super, 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 super slow. Even like ADVB, right? Little breakouts, but nothing crazy. Right? Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. KWM is still just sitting here around 10 cents, Raven. And then ADVB says, "Are you talking trash about me? Let me show you what a breakout looks like then." tell Haley Blaze has never been to the library. There goes ADVB, 55%. Yeah, so the issue is that 200 EMA wall, Devin. Alrighty, that's the issue. Yeah, there you go. World Fund. Perfect. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. I mean, it still looks like it's pushing up there. I think this is like the best. This is the best and worst thing about the stock is the price action. Like it goes up nicely, but then it crashes immediately, and then it's back all the way to the top again. The volatility is annoying on this one. I think at this point we just need to close above a $1.70 wall, and then you can see the next run up. BIYA is trying to hold above 650, so let's see if it actually can and consolidate. You do have a golden candle there for the first time on this thing on the way down. So the first golden candle we had on this one this morning was right there in the supply zone. So I think that was confirmation to most of you that hey, okay, I already know there's resistance right there. There's a red zone. I now have a yellow candle. So now we're getting a yellow candle on the way down there. So it's supposed to mean the opposite, right? Reversal to the upside. So let's see if it holds. Alrighty. ZYBT though has just been the one that's keeps making brand new highs here. So that's a good thing. Nikki. Nikki's a hope. Sorry, Haley. Haley's gone anyways. Haley's looking for books. Yeah. Anyways. Anyways. Why do you have a position in Nikki? I'll take a look. I take a look. Yeah, CLSK doesn't look horrible. So you really need that thing if you're gonna short. You need that thing to really struggle at 14.50, $15. Yeah, Nikki isn't really doing anything. SDOT came back to the same bottom and then popped again to 32. So it's just going back and forth. Yeah, BIYA still in that range. And like I said, ZYBT is really the only stock that's consistently making highs of the day. Yeah, you know what's funny is Peter dated a Nikki and dated a Lucy. So I think the problem is Peter, and Peter got into Z into anyways. Anyways, yeah. So I think we know who the problem is. Hopefully the market doesn't behave like this all day though. Because that'd be pretty annoying. So yeah, BIYA is slowly pushing back up to 690. Damn it, Peter. So again, you can see that yellow candle right there, the golden candle, right? So that candle is working nicely there. For now, let's see if we can reclaim $7 though, because we really haven't had consistent bottoms and breakouts on this thing. It's just been lower highs and lower highs. So still has work to do. So maybe he's the smart one. That is true. That is true. Oh wow, 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 wow. How am I feeling about it? I'm like it's same as Friday. You can scalp it if you want to scalp this thing all day, Parker. You can, right? When it consolidates, it does a really good job of curling, right? It's stalled at the top, like right here. You can see it's stalling, but then it also consolidated right there. So I bet you Raven is scalping this one, right? I bet you he's just looking for that consolidation and then long and then go up and then stall and then go down and then so ADVB, yeah, looking good. Is it okay? It was okay in pre-market. I haven't looked at it after the market opened. Bert, are you in a position? Let me know if you're in a position or if you're looking for a position. 129. Okay. And again, BIYA is slowly pushing for that VWAP. So this area here is going to be really important because you have the VWAP and the 200 EMA and the 50, right? So you can see they're rejecting it. As soon as we touch $7, they rejected it. So what this stock needs is some higher lows and some double bottoms, yes, but it also needs to show us that it can make a brand new high, right? So it's all over the place right now. You know what's crazy too is like I think we can say that the two best names right now are ADVB and then ZYBT. But these two names look the same. Like the candles both look like sus. Like look at this. They're both just suspicious candles. Like this thing can wipe you out in 2 seconds if you're not careful. Craziness. Come on. Yeah, no, I haven't looked at V this morning, so maybe that's a sign. Maybe it's a sign. So again, ZYBT is still the best looking name, right? Along with this one, regardless of how suspicious they are. So if you're scalping it, good job. Just know that you need a good stop loss on them. Yeah, Niki's back about $10 at least. 780. Yeah, no, SLND is looking okay, right? It's gonna be super slow like it was on Friday, but it looks okay. Yeah. So obviously you have resistance at $1.30 to break above. So see if it breaks above that level. But this might be a nice, slow scalp play again all day today. Just tell Peter to get in and then tell him to get out. This is one of those names that we maybe come back on Friday and then you're like, damn, how come it's at $3? Right? It's always like that. Because people feel confident that it can come back, so then they stay in there. And then it's like, okay, you know what? Let's send it. So getting rejected there. ADVB on the other hand, though, is just flying. Yeah, 750. Good job, Blitz. Good job. Look at that thing go now, right? So again, these are the two best looking stocks, right? Those are the two best looking stocks. So even though they look sus, they're still the best two looking stocks. And then $8.50 here on this one. Sheesh. A nice pop. Yeah. That is a nice pop. Niki's at 1040, by the way. So 1040. That's a pretty thick supply zone up there. 850, 855. Good job on getting into this one, Blitz. Good job. Yeah. Just make sure you lock in those gains at some point. 750 to 850. BIYA is still trying to curl. SDOT is still holding $30. ZYBT with a bit of a dip. But if it can stay above $1.60, that's fine. NIKI is slowly curling here. The volume is super low on this damn thing though, so be careful. And then ADVB's good job, Lomozoid. Good job. Lomozoids, good job. Yeah. Good job. Again, this supply zone is thick, thick. Thick, thick. So be careful, please. Alrighty. Pretty good spot to be scaling out of positions. Closer to 870 there. 860, 870. Kitty? Yep. Yep. Yes. You recovered morning loss with ZYBT to 181. Going to let's go. Good. I like that. How long have you been trading for, by the way, KDN? How long have you been trading for? I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. How come how come you didn't come to Vegas? I mean, that's fine. Next time you can come to Vegas, Katie, with Josh. Come with Josh. Two. Yeah, no, SLND might be, but again, whenever it stalls, people tend to scalp it really quickly. You can see, right? The chart is very predictable, very predictable. I think that's the good thing for SLND, right? Is like as soon as it stalls, people go the opposite way every single time. It's like stalling at the top, no thank you. Stalling at the bottom, yes please. Stalling again, no thank you. So this stock is quite predictable in the way that it moves. So that's good. Lamine Yamal, yes. Well, there goes ZYBT again, guys. You guys see how annoying these stocks are, right? See how annoying these stocks are? Oh my days. And now it's halted up at 188. 188 is like the best number, the best number to be halted up at. This is my first year. Previous year was an account with or less, just learning. But this year I made a big deposit in Yam. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Take your time. Take your time. Especially in these markets that are a little bit suspicious. Katie, just take your time. Alrighty. Just because you have more money in there doesn't mean you need to use all of it, or that you don't need to paper trade and practice. Um, yeah, Nico Williams. The only issue he was injured most of the tournament, so he couldn't play a whole lot. But that dude's nice. SDOT is back to $32. $32. And again, like I said, ADVB, right? Pretty good spot to take profits around 860 and 870, especially with that supplies on there. Very good spot. Exactly, Katie. Exactly. I agree. No, the markets have been a bit suspicious last week and coming into this week. So hopefully we can get better as the week goes on. Yeah. No, he did absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all, Peter. Nothing at all. But he has a presence. So yeah, his teammates did a lot better. So again, I hope some of you took some profits on ADVB. If you didn't, make sure you have a good stop loss. And let's see if we can hold above $8 now, though, on a retest. BIYA, guys, is slowly coming back up. So again, you see that yellow candle at the bottom? That yellow candle low-key became a nice little gem of a candle. Right? And now we're retesting the downtrend, the 200 EMA, all of the above. So isn't that crazy? Like they only had 2 shots. They had no shots in 90 minutes on target. Crazy, huh? Crazy, crazy. Well, at least they didn't win. Is anybody here from Argentina? Anybody here from Argentina? Hopefully not. If you are, we love you. We just don't love, we just don't love your soccer team. We think they're a scam. That's it. Yep, exactly. You are fed? Okay. Yeah. Don't worry. We yeah. Yeah, exactly. They should have been out a long time. They should have been out against Cape Verde. Yeah. SLND. Yep. I mean, watch the view app. Watch the view apps. And then we're still waiting for the on halt for ZYBT. Only Blaze does it. Really? Welby? Wow. Yeah. Did you guys see the fights at the end of the game though? Did you see that? See, that's what I don't like. It's one thing like we like sports. We obviously like soccer. It's the best sport in the world. We just like when it's played cleanly and with quality and like there's there's no scams involved. I know, virus. I know. Yeah. Exactly. You saw the fight, right? Like that. See, I think that shows you character. That really shows you character. There wasn't a single team in the tournament that lost a game and started throwing punches, or kicking people. Right? Argentina lost the game, and then all of a sudden you saw the character, kicking people, pushing them to the ground. That just goes to show you what that team was made of. So yeah. Okay, give us the on holds. There we go. 190, 195. So that thing is going for the $2. For the $2, ZYBT. Uh, yep, yep, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I agree. So $2 is gonna be our next psychological wall here. Um, but again, as much as this thing has been, as much as this has been a horrible looking chart, right? It's still been the number one stock, along with ADVB, right? So yeah, as long as as much as this chart looks suspicious and volatile, it's still the best looking stock. That's why we moved it to number one. Uh, yeah. Oh my days! Let's go, Peter. That's cool. That's a cool shirt, actually. Oh my goodness, I like that. Kirsten, good job. 170 to 195, good job. I like the exit as well. Good job. Yeah. No, the American football is not the best sport in the world, Kimbella. Yeah. I like watching American football and I like watching the real football, but there's only one winner. Uh, Thank you for the super sticker. I don't know if you have a question. 143. It's ZYBT's halted down now. So that $2 was always going to be your next big psychological block, guys. So that's always a level where if you don't take profits, a lot of people take profits. Right? Look at BIA, guys. BIA's looking nice. Right? BIA's looking nice. So that golden candle at the bottom said, thank you very much. Let's start something here. Let's get moving. So this is looking way better than it has the entire day. Right? So is BIA done? Nope. Type yes in the chat if you got back into BIA. Honestly, shan't. Jones? Yeah. Which honestly, if it can get there, I might just double my position. Yeah. Good job. Good job, Wake. Good job. Salad, good job. Yank, good job. Yeah. So again, that candle at the bottom there and the higher lows and the breakout, that brought the volume back into the stock. Obviously, we have that supply zone coming up again. So let's see if it has the volume to push and break out. ADVB is still looking nice, guys. It's back to the highs of the day. Again, like I said, these two names, ADVB and ZYBT, as suspicious as they look, these two stocks have been the best two looking stocks, right? The best two looking stocks this morning so far. Yeah. Let's double together. Yeah. If we go to $100, I will double my SpaceX position. Send it there. I don't mind. Send it. Like just crash it. 709. Good job, Nick. Nick. Good job. I'm glad you didn't get into NIKI. You got into, something else. Yeah. American football in the world, in the US. Yeah. Chris? Yeah. I think you can tell by the numbers though, you know what I mean? You could tell by the numbers. Yeah. I mean, it's a bigger sport. Um, I think if you ask people in the US, that poll would eventually come back to like, okay, American football is the best sport in the world, but that's just the US, right? I think once you get outside of the US, then it's like, okay, okay, okay. Like soccer is the biggest sport in the world. You could tell by the money that these guys are making in the World Cup and the stadiums they're filling and the prices people are paying for those World Cup tickets and the views they're getting, every single game is like more than the Super Bowl the Super Bowl, right? It's crazy. Anyways, BIA still looking good. So 770 was slowly approaching that $8 supply zone. So let's see if we can push through that level. Yeah. Yeah, billions of fans versus millions of fans. Yeah, it's a different sport. It's just different. Just a different sport. But yeah, I think in the states though, yeah, American football probably wins, which is fine. Right? People enjoy what they enjoy. If you like football, if you like cricket, if you like basketball, doesn't really matter. It's not really a competition. Just whatever you enjoy. You don't like it, Brandon? No, that's okay. Yeah, and the NFL makes the most money. Did they actually? Or they make the most money because of because they're in the states and they have all those ads, right? Sponsorships, and if it was just purely on like tickets alone, and anything else, then yeah, and all those ads, craziness. If Argentina wasn't in it, yeah. Faye getting knocked down. Yep. Yes, yes. And it's the incentive in the sport, though. People always forget that. Like the players do that because it's an incentive. They get advantages to move the team forward. Whereas in football, if you get knocked down, guess what? It's the opposite, right? So it's just the incentive. So it's not nothing crazy. If you get knocked down in soccer, you get an advantage. So the players take advantage of it. Yeah. And then but in football, if you get knocked down, you just lost the ball, you just lost the advantage. So you better stay on your damn feet. ZYBT still holds it down. And there goes the on halt. So let's see some more crazy candles on this stock. Yeah. Well, that's called karma, Pizza. That's called karma. That's what that is. Yeah, it's karma. Just like that yellow card, when that dude got a red card against them, was not a red card. 180. Yeah, let's see if BI can just stay above the 9 EMA now. Yeah. Stay above 180. Why you want to buy at the same price? Show. Do you have a position in this play? Are you looking for an entry or what are you looking for? 143. Call you by your number. What are you looking for? 172. Okay. Um you've been asked, yeah. So I mean, you should have sold that position closer to $3 though, but you're still green on that position, so just put a stop loss. Alrighty, put a stop loss. If I were in your position, I'd want to stay above 160, please. Cool. So you want to stay above 160. Right now it looks okay. You're just starting to trend down a little bit here, so be careful. Yeah, but you're green in that position for now. But it is starting to trend down a little bit, so you kind of really want that thing to get back above 180. Yeah, and there goes the dip, right? So it's starting to trend down. So it would have been nice if you sold that position at $2. Yeah. So again, $2 is a pretty big level for resistance. So now we're retesting that 160 area. So we need to stay above 160. ADVB guys, you can see the double top, you can see the red zones, right? The red zones are not just here for decoration; they're here as a warning sign. And when you also have a double top in that area, then you know it's a problem, right? So anyway, so as long as ZYBT can stay above 160, it should be okay. So try and stay above 160. BI still looking really nice, guys. Really nice. So this bottom here was a really nice bottom, and for the first time, we started getting higher lows and breaking back above the VWAP and the 200 EMA, and then boom skis. Is that a surprise? No, that's what needs to happen, right? And then obviously, again, we know there's resistance up here, so people are gonna lock in some gains. SLND, yeah, this one's looking a bit more sus. Yeah, but again, the buy range on this thing is, for the most part, has always been closer to $1. So if that thing gets closer to $1, maybe Peter is gonna buy the whole float. You know, gonna buy the whole float. Yeah. Do, 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 do. You went in on the bird. You went in on the. I think you're breaking up your question, so then I can't really catch it. I'm talking to my members. Yes, Vita. Yes. So there goes ZYBT, guys. Right. So as long as ZYBT stays above 160, it's okay. Why? Because it has that history of going down and then all of a sudden it's exploding back up. So there goes 190, right? 191. So 143, you're green on that position, right? There you go. Yeah, let's go. There you go. So it might be halted up here at 191. Yeah, it's halted up at 191. So your next resistance is still $2, right? So it's halted up. Yeah. It depends. It depends how we get to $2. Alrighty. So if we get to $2 and you don't see that candle close above $2, then yeah, you might want to take some profits. Alrighty. So you're green for now. Try and stay green though. Try and stay green. Please and thank you. Stay green. Make the money but you sent on that super sticker. Yeah. Good job, Lowell. Good job. You're going golfing? Yeah, good job. 33% on ADVB and then 12% on SDOT. Good job. STIM. It's the biggest. Does that mean it's the best? Yes. Yes, it does. Soccer is the best. No, but I said it earlier though. It doesn't really matter, right? Doesn't really matter. It's like politics. Well, I mean, better than politics, but you support who you support. You vote for who you vote. Tell everybody else to shut the hell up. And then you can deal with the consequences. Oh yeah, V. Okay, let me take a look. So you got in at the high. What do you mean though? Like, what's the high? When you say high, give me the time and give me the price. Give me the time and give me the price. I'll go back and take a look on V. What time and price did you get into this stock? And this is an idea for a class as well that we might do. So what we might do for one of these classes, guys, as a Legend Pro class, is we can simply just go back and review your trades and give you better entry spots. Alrighty, now we gotta talk about that. Yeah. Is indeed a sassy one. It is very sassy. You just with a name like this, you just have to make sure that it's giving you higher lows. Right? That's all you have to look for. You just have to make sure that it's consistently giving you higher lows, right? Because it's sassy like pizza. It was 52 on Friday after you made good money already on that. I don't understand. Are you trying to say you bought the stock at $52 on Friday? So you made money and then you got back in at $52. If you did that, then I know you haven't, like, you're not watching the classes, Bert. Alrighty. If you did that, if you really did that at $52, if you really bought the stock at $52, I know you're not watching the classes. right? Because if you've made good money already on this stock and somehow you got in at $52, and then you're like, you know what, I'm not gonna sell it, right? I'm just not gonna sell it. I'm just gonna let it drop all the way to $30, right? That's not something anybody should be doing. So I mean, at this point for V, like this is a personal decision now, right? You have to now look at it and say, hey, what do I do now, right? Because honestly, even this morning it was at $43, and then all the way back down to 30, and now 29, right? So at this point, this is you, right? You have to sit back and say, hey, what am I gonna do here, right? There goes Bia, guys. There goes Bia. So Bia is beautiful. Yeah. There's a reason why we had this thing number 2, right? There's a reason why. There's a reason why we had this number 2. So these names were just annoying at the open, which is stupid, right? But there's a reason why. This was number 2, ZYBT number 1, right? Ooh wee. Anyways, BIA has halted up. So we made brand new highs of the day, not including pre-market yet, because the pre-market high was 860, but I think it's just a matter of time. Type yes in the chat if you're holding BIA. Type yes in the chat if you're holding BIYA. That is a nice pop. Yeah, Blitz 758. Good job. Yeah. 709. Good job, Nick. Well done. Is it too late? OJ? Yeah, it's too late. It's halted up. You just sold it. Yeah. Good job. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Good job. Right. So annoying markets, you just have to be patient at the open, right? So again, you can see that this stock only started looking good, guys, once we started getting those higher lows. Right. So you guys see why we keep saying stuff like that? Let's go, Katie. Let's go. Make those monies. Make Josh proud. You know, Josh is gonna be proud of you, right? So again, when you see something trending down like this, we want to be very careful, right? This thing only, like, again, once we started getting these higher lows, you could see that golden candle at the bottom, right? That was the first time we got the golden candle. You guys know what that means. Usually it's a start of a change of direction, right? So right there, that was your first sign. And then we got the higher low. And then the biggest sign of them all is we broke out right there. The biggest sign right there. We broke out, right? We had a yellow candle, but we stayed above the breakout spot. So and then boom skis. So ZYBT is unhalted. You have a lot of resistance around $2, but the damn stock is all over the place and it's still holding up. So let's see what it does. The BI chart looks a lot better than that chart, right? Like this chart looks a lot better than the other chart. Because this chart, we just, we know that it's giving us higher lows, but we really don't know what to expect from it. Like, look at this. Like, what the hell is this? Right? It's like, oh, here goes 3 green candles. Oh, there goes 3 red candles. Oh, there goes 2. Oh, there goes, it's like all over the place. So it looks okay because we're still getting those higher lows. So at some point, if that doesn't happen, you want to get rid of it. Yeah, no, again, Bert, if you really got into this position at $52 and you didn't have a stop loss, like you're not following, you're not being disciplined, right? You're gonna get punished for that, right? And everybody else can take a lesson out of your suffering. Like if you make money, like you said it yourself, right? You already made good money on the stock, and for you to say you made good money, that means you made good money. When someone says I made good money on the stock on V, that means they made good money on V. Right? If you made good money on V and somehow you're still feeling FOMO to buy at $52 without a stop loss, like if you buy at $52, just say, hey, this thing breaks below $50, I'm out of here. Get me the hell out. Right? Get me the hell out if it's breaking. Like you already made good money. Right? So why the hell are you staying in it from $52 all the way down? Like put a stop loss. Get rid of it. Enjoy your weekend, right? And again, it's on Friday. Like you've made good money all week, and then on Friday you decide to go in at $52. So again, that to me is just you're not being disciplined, right? So you need to change that. Otherwise, you're gonna get punished over and over again. Alrighty. We just did a class that talked about the importance of stop losses, right? Maybe you haven't watched that. You need to watch that over and over again, right? Over and over again. So, like I said, ZYBT guys still looks fine as long as we're getting those higher lows, because this stock looks like it's gonna die and then it goes back up. So, yeah, you just have to learn from that stuff, though, Bert. Right? Learn from it and move on. Alrighty. Yeah, I've been meaning to look at that, Raymond. I just haven't looked at it yet. So let me take a look now. VCIG. VCIG had news this morning too, right? And then you got in the 60s with a tight stop loss, like you mentioned. I'm just waiting for the daily chart to load here because I think that's really the only time frame we should be looking at. And I see why you're doing that. Alrighty. So yeah, 52-week lows. But again, if this stock doesn't close below the 71, I think you're fine. Alrighty. This could be a spot. Like that could be a spot where, like, if they can find a bottom there, Raymond, if they can find a spot at that and close above it. I mean, look at the last time I hit this area. The last time I hit this area, oh my days. Right? So what you really need to make sure of though is that at the end of the day, we need to be closing above the 70 to 71 area. If they can do that, then okay, you have a shot of a double bottom. But if it's closing below, then it's not a double bottom, right? It's already breaking below. So that's not bad. It's not a, but it's a gamble, right? Might be a really good gamble. Probably is a good gamble. You have a tight stop loss anyways, right? So Raymond, I think Raymond is in the chat. So I'm talking to Raymond as if he is in here. Okay. SLND still weak. Yep. What's this one doing? Trying to curl. Yep. And then ZYBT is doing the usual. BIYA has been halted for some time now. You are? Okay, sounds good, Raymond. Yeah, Bird, you definitely did. You definitely did. You definitely did. And we say this all the time, right? Don't ruin your week on a Friday. Don't ruin your week on a Friday. Why? Because we've all been there. Bird, we've all been there. We've all been there. We have such an amazing week like you did. And then on Friday, you do something stupid. What? Because that was stupid. And we've all done that stupid thing. Ghost? No. No. Once in a while when I trade futures, but other than that, no. Yeah. So that discipline is really important, especially on a name that's been running all week, right? The Friday is like the end of it. Spy still dipping. Yeah, Spy dipped all the way down there, so filled somewhat of a gap, and then it looks like it's trying to bounce again. Yeah, sus. Sus, sus, sus. Big curl on Apple. Yeah, it's curling because Spy is curling, so they're most likely curling together. Yeah, achieve as long as you're learning from it. Yeah. 143. Did you sell your position in ZYBT or you're still in there? I like how people keep, like if you look at social media, everybody's gonna say, "Oh, I told you not to buy SpaceX. I told you not to buy SpaceX. I told you it was gonna crash. I told you it was gonna." That's what all the people on social media are gonna be saying now. But these guys also forget that a lot of people got into SpaceX on that IPO, and SpaceX was $230. 230. So whether you bought at 135, you bought at 150, 160, which a lot of people did on this stream, that thing was at 200 and something dollars. Like a lot of people made money and a lot of people sold their position in the green, right? So, people on social media will make it seem like, oh, everybody bought above 200. Like, oh my goodness, they bought above 200. Retail is getting screwed. Yeah, some people are getting screwed. If you bought above $200, what the hell are you doing in the first place? Like, what are you doing? Right? Yeah, there you go. Weg, yeah, you made 15%. Yeah, like a lot of people made money on SpaceX. Even Virus was at 160 and it was at $230. Like if Virus really wanted to sell, he could have sold that position. Right? So and the rest of the stuff we knew that already. Like everybody knew on this stream that it would come back down. Right? Raven was calling for $80. Like we knew that thing would come back down. Which is why we showed you that screenshot of like IPOs, right? Most IPOs after the first few months, like the drawdown, we usually go back down, and then before the rocket. So especially with SpaceX having all the shares that they're unlocking, right? Yep, exactly, Nick, exactly. So to me, this is an opportunity. Like I said, go back to $100, so I can buy a yes. So SDOT just looks like they just want to keep it around $30. Yeah. ZYBT again, a lot of resistance around $2, and then BIYA is on halted, guys. Number 2 is on halted. Said boom skis, boom skis, boom skis, guys. Number 2 is flying. Let's go. ADVB. Yeah, ADVB with yeah, so good sell there actually. Good sell. There goes 935, guys. BIA's halted up again. BIA halted up again, by the way. Yeah, exactly. Hashtag number 2. Number 2 said, let me cook. Peter, you gonna say screw number 2 again? Screw number 2? Right. So again, as soon as the market opened, guys, BIA gave us nothing. Right. We knew this was number 2, but it gave us nothing at the open until we started getting those higher lows and getting back above the 200 EMA. You guys see why we keep saying, hey, it's important to get back above the 200 EMA? Because as soon as we did, it never looked back. Right. And now it's gone. So sometimes you want to rush at the open and say, oh my gosh, I want to get in at the open. Oh my gosh, get me in. Right? Like it's Monday morning, guys. What's the rush? Right? Give it 10 minutes, give it 30 minutes, and then boom. Boom skis. Let me see what price. $9.35, virus. Let's go, Blitz. Again, type yes in the chat if you're still holding BIA. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding BIA. You have no idea why you bought it at 769? I think I know why. I know why, virus. I know why. Yes, yes, yes. 689. Good job. Heck yeah, Brandon. Good job, guys. Good job. Where's Pizza? Pizza, did you get in? Yeah. No, Raymond, yeah, it's a good bottom. And I think, when we say stuff like that on stream, some people are gonna go look at it as well. Good job, guys. Good job. I like it. I like it. Good job. Good job, everybody. Yeah. After this halt though, after this on halt, try and make sure you stay, it doesn't go back below 920 or 935. Alrighty. Try and stay green on BIYA. Please and thank you. It's been good to us. Yeah, not today though, right? Last week, yeah. Last week V was amazing. This week, not so much. Not so much. And then again, ADVB guys looking good. So yeah, some of the ladies in Discord are cooking this one, right? Retest of the 50, nice golden candle, and then back into the red zone. Okay. Okay. And then obviously again, BIA still halted up by being distracted. Fed Yeah. Distracted driving. Yeah. If it can hold that bottom, Chief, yeah. Let's go, Ali. Good job. That's a really good scalp. Ali got in at $6.20, 6.20. So Ali got all the way in down there, right? Like a criminal, and then boom skis for BIYA. Let's go. Good job. Very good scalp. K Dog, third position. I like that. Look at this. 960 now. So again, make sure you're moving those stop losses higher, please. Please and thank you. Alrighty. Yeah, see, going below 935 is not something I like. Even though this candle still looks like it wants to fight. Let's see where the candle ends up closing at. Alrighty, because that thing looks like it doesn't want to give up yet. Right. So again, we knew this thing had potential in the morning, right? It just didn't want to behave, first thing in the morning, I guess. They just wanted to play games with us. Yeah. Yeah. What is it doing? It's losing momentum to this one, right? So you find this more often than not, Katie, is when something else starts flying, the name that you were watching will start to lose some momentum. Why? Because everybody's shifting over, right? This one is on a downtrend now, and it failed at $2, which we knew $2 was a problem. So you want to be very careful when you know there's resistance somewhere. Everybody's taking profits, and they're looking around for the next thing. And as soon as the next thing shows up, they're like, thanks for coming. Goodbye. Let's move on. Right. So that's why you see like some of these massive candles show up. Two, 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 two. Yeah. Na, 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 na. Yeah. Oh, you're waiting for Apple still? I'll take a look in a second. SDOT is still holding that $30 bottom, which is nice. Right. So this thing just seems like, $30 is the base for now. ZYBT, watch that 50 EMA. We mentioned $1.60 earlier, right? Like if you can stay above $1.60, you still have hope, potential. Right. ADVB, again, you can see the supply zone. So when you see the red zone, you want to be mindful. For this one, kind of the same thing. Watch the between the 50 and the VWAP there for some support. Cool. And then I think people are taking profits on this one because we're not that far away from $10 for BIA. BIA is so far away from the 9 EMA that this would be a healthy retest. Right? It would be nice, yeah. So we might be doing that right now. So it's okay if this thing can come back and retest the 9 EMA, the blue line. You see the blue line right there? That's completely fine. Right? And more often than not, it wants to come back and retest that area anyways. Right? Then the question is, can it hold, consolidate, and curl back up, or does it go to the next, to the next level, to the actual retest level? For now, it's holding up above the VWAP. So very common, right? We stall a little bit and then we drop to the blue line and then we pop back up. So it's all over the place right now, but at least it's holding the 9 EMA. You saw that 810? Yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay. You made money. No regrets. No regrets whatsoever. Again, ZYBT holding the 50, holding $1.60. So that is okay. SPY is gonna mess around and go from green to red. By the way, that thing looks like it wants to go red for the day, doesn't it? Yeah, we might mess around and turn red for the day. Hopefully, the Nasdaq only bought like one share. One share of SpaceX. No regrets. No. Peter, have a great day as well. Alrighty, see you later. Is Questrade a good broker for this? Any suggestions? If you live in Canada, Questrade is fine. Yeah, Questrade is fine. Um, that's completely okay. And then if you live in the States, I'd recommend Weibo. So, yes, please, Achieve. Yes, please. Last week was slow. This week, at the very least, though, we already have a name. We have multiple names that have pushed for 100%. So, right? Like, look at ZYBT, right? 160%. BIYA is 112, right? And then I think there's maybe one more somewhere. But yeah, at least we have some names this week that are, actually doing something compared to last week. Yeah, and then another slap for BIYA here. So which is why, guys, again, I said this earlier, right? Like you don't want this thing below the halt price at 935, right? Did I say that? We said that earlier, right? So to me, when a stock is halted at 935, that's my number. That's the number that the stop loss goes below. If it breaks below that level, I maybe don't want it, right? And now we'll halt it down. So we might be just be going back down to retest this, breakout spot, right? We might just be going back down to retest this area here. So that would be your next area to watch for some support. Alrighty. But again, if you took your profits already on BI, type yes in the chat. Dang virus, yeah. 1200? That's not bad though. That's not bad. Olga, you took your monies. Good job, yeah. Right. So, and this is something that we've said over and over, right? When you see a stock halted at $9.35, where do you put your stop loss? I don't know. Sky Guy, good job on that. That was a good trade. 670 to 954. It was a really good trade. Yeah. K Dog 955. Yeah. Really good trade. Good job, guys. Good job. Yeah, see, a lot of you guys took your profits. Heck yeah. Let's go, Brandon. Yeah. Ash, good job. Good job. Good job. So again, we're approaching $10, which is a big level, right? It's a key level, major psychological level. So people want to take profits. But also, we've said this so many times. When a stock is halted at this number and it opens above that number, you don't want to let it go below that previous number. Because if it does, that's usually a sign of weakness, right? Especially when it moves like this. Like when it's a big move like this, you don't want it coming back down. If it's the first halt, like halt number one, or it's like a weird halt, then okay, fine. You can let it like for in the case of like ZYBT, since the candles are so weird, you can always change the rules. But when the candles are aggressive like BIA, you definitely want to do that. What's wrong with that? It's down a lot, and it's slowly coming back up from the abyss, and it's halting every time it goes up, Jones. And Saber, yeah. Does trading stocks like this usually last? No, not usually. Not always. Yeah, not always. Okay, let me take a look at Apple because I know you've been asking for this one. Funny guy, AAPL. Um, Apple again. It's like clockwork at this point, isn't it? Remember that 335 level for Apple? This morning, Apple hit 334 and then came back down. So again, like honestly, the last three sessions for Apple, right? It's been puts at 335. So the closer we get to that level, it doesn't go anywhere until it breaks above it. Alrighty. So I think you're looking for maybe a long position. Yeah. I mean, you do have some support here though at like 320. Is that even 326? Yeah, because Apple is making brand new lows of the day here. Right? Apple's looking pretty weak. And obviously, it's not helping the markets. Right? So maybe you look for a little bit of consolidation here. ZYBT is crashing. It's not crashing. It's not like it's ranging, right? It's not crashing. If it breaks below this yellow line, then yeah, you might see a crash. Yeah, ADVB. Yeah, this one's been beautiful, hasn't it? It's halted up too, by the way. Right. I know Miss Tony and Kirsten have been scalping this one in Discord, so that's been nice. Yep. Yep. ADVB is halted up again, guys. Brand new highs of the day. So again, today's a way better day than it was last week, right? At least we have some volatility. So Miss Tony came back from vacation and the markets are moving again. Coincidence? I think not. I think not. Criminal. Criminal. Okay, we'll just leave it like that then. Let's go. Yep. So off the 50 EMA, and then boomskis. Boomskis. Okay. SDOT is still just playing games here between the VWAP and the $30 support. And then BI is halted down, obviously. So let's see if we can stay above 820, right? $8 to 820 here would be your next support on this one. It's unhalted. Let's see if it can hold that area. So again, it doesn't look like it's consolidating yet, but this range here between 8 and 820, that's going to be your next support. The question is, will it hold that range though? Who knows? You can tell, like it's unhalted. Instead of crashing more, it's playing a little bit in that range. But when it breaks below, then you see a continuous crash. Right? So they're just playing games. They're trying to decide if they want to break it down. And the answer is, well, let's wait and see where that candle closes at. And then we'll go from there. Again, so that candle hasn't closed yet, right? So they're playing games back and forth here. But this is why, right? We're gonna keep being repetitive, but this is why we keep saying, like, when you're looking for support at a specific level, right? It's always really important to just give it a second and see if it consolidates in that range, before you make that decision. If not, especially on a stock like this that's halting, you could end up buying at the wrong spot, right? I still think though, right, this is a retest. Like, it's not done yet. Like, it's a retest of that breakout, right? And honestly, you could almost move the circle all the way to the right hand side and use that level instead as a breakout, because that was your last high, right? So this area here. So I don't think it's done yet. I think we're gonna get a curl here at some point, right? The question is where, right? Where does it curl? So you don't want to make that decision until it actually consolidates. When you see big red candles like this should tell you that there's a lot of selling coming in. Right? So you don't just go say, oh, let me go jump in. I want to buy that because it's at the right level. No, it's not about the right level. It's about the price action. So when you see candles like this is a lot of selling pressure coming in. You don't want to be the person that's buying that. Yeah. Alrighty. So let it get slapped and then go from there. Again, ZYBT is not doing anything horrible. Just ranging up and down and up and down. So damn, they really slapped the stock, guys. You see why it's important to take profits? Do you see why? You see why it's important to take profits and not be greedy? Like, if you saw the stock at $9, $9.50, $9.90, $9.90, guys, and you're like, you know what? I'm not gonna sell it. I'm gonna keep it. Like, look at that. Look at that slap. They slapped it all the way down to the bottom, like all the way down. Damn. I'm ranging. I'm consolidating. It's halted down again, guys. Like, look at that. Right? You do not catch a falling knife. This is what's called a falling knife. Right? Don't catch a falling knife. Right? Eat off the floor. Don't catch the food while the food is falling, Let the food fall on the ground and then you lay on the ground at the same level as the food and eat the food. Yep, exactly, Katie. Exactly. You just don't want to be the person that's, trying to predict where they're going to start buying at. Yeah. And they had to sew it back on, right, Willie? Yep, this is what you call a falling knife, which is where that analogy comes from, right? Imagine which these candles kind of fit, right? Imagine that you're standing at the top of the building, right? And you have a watermelon with you, right? Imagine someone is standing at the top of the building, right? And you're standing on the ground or you're standing on a different level and they drop the watermelon, right? Should you be catching the watermelon while it's trying to go down? No. Why? Because it's coming with some violence. You're going to be covered in red, right? Let the watermelon explode on the ground. And then you lay on the ground and you're like, damn, there's sand on this ground, but it doesn't matter. And then you lick the watermelon on the ground, right? Let the chicken fall from the table to the ground, and then you can wipe it off. And then you can eat the chicken, you know? Eat off the floor, okay? When the food is laying on the ground, right? You get on the ground. Yes. Don't catch the watermelon while it's falling. Let it fall on the ground, and then you get on the ground and eat the watermelon. Eat off the floor. Okay? Yeah, because it makes more sense that way, you know. People on this. When I say don't catch a falling knife, everybody's gonna be like, "What's a falling knife? Who does that?" Right? Who does that? Yeah, it's halted down now too, right? Look at this, guys. Right? Supply zone, red zone, and slap ADVB. They slapped it as well. Sheesh. Why are they slapping everything? You know where the money's going to right now? ZYBT, right? So, like I said, ZYBT is not doing anything horrible. It's just ranging. And there goes $2 for ZYBT back to the highs of the day. So $2 resistance. That thing said, I'm not done yet, guys. I'm not done yet. The previous high was 206. $2.06. So again, $2 is resistance. Yeah, it did the same thing, Phantom. Exact same thing. So when you see resistance on these stocks, guys, and you know there's resistance, right? The red zone is not just here because we feel like, oh, but just cover everything with no. When you see resistance, or again, we just said this on the last stock, right? When a stock is halted, right? This stock was halted at like right below $9, right? When a stock is halted at $9, this stock halted at $9, it opened and popped all the way to 927. Don't let it go below $9. That's what we keep saying, right? We keep saying that, right? Why? Because when it opens and it goes below $9, usually what comes after that is disaster. Disaster. Okay, SDOT is still looking nice, still holding the beautiful $30. And then BIYA still holds it down. And then ZYBT is having such a hard time with $2 resistance. If it's halted, can you buy at that price, or what is the chance your order will go through at that price? Miller, there's a pretty good chance when it's halted down, there's a pretty good chance it's going to open at that price or lower. So your order is going to get filled. So that's not exactly something you want to do. When it's halted up, though, there's a pretty good chance your order is not going to get filled because it's most likely going to open higher than it, you know. But even then, like if you get into the wrong halt, like if you got into this one when it unhalted at $9, guess what? It's at $8 now, and you're praying, right? SDOT is slowly creeping up here. Yeah. Benjamin, did Benjamin actually go long? Hope he went long. Apple is bouncing off that double bottom there. So funny guy, right? Again, you had the double bottom there. It consolidated a little bit and then bounced. So as long as Apple stays above 326, right? 326. Damn, ZYBT is annoying, isn't it? BIYA is unhalted, by the way. So let's see if it holds again. And then yeah. The apples. Again, this doesn't look like it's consolidating yet, does it? No, it doesn't, right? But you are getting closer to the previous bottom. So See if it holds about 650. Right. I would almost say like, between the $7 and 650, like that's it. Right. The golden pocket is a little bit lower, but I don't think you want it to go below this level, because if it does, I don't think it's gonna come back. So it definitely wants to consolidate, or it has to consolidate between this range here to have some hope. Some hope. But again, to always take profits on the way up, guys, or move your stop losses higher. If not, you're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret it. Alrighty. So while that thing is trying to consolidate here between that range, so again, so $7 to 650 to see if it actually does. Yeah, no, this one's still halted. ADVB. Yeah, it's still halted. And then BIYA is still looking for some consolidation. The yellow candle is showing up, but that's a pretty big yellow candle, isn't it? That's telling you one thing, right? The size of these candles should be telling you one thing, guys. The size of these candles should be telling you one thing: that there's a lot of selling. There's a lot of selling. Right? There is a lot of selling. The size of these candles should be telling you one thing. Right? So the size matters with these candles. Okay, size matters. Right? When you see big red candles like this, there's a pretty good chance it doesn't find a bottom on a big red candle. Right? If you look to the left hand side, you can see the way that it reversed back up. Right? It's way different. So for now, again, let's see if it can close candles above the 650. ZYBT still looking good. And there goes brand new highs of the day, or REITs. Yeah, so brand new highs of the day for ZYBT. And it looks like they're halted it up at I know the candles are ugly on the stock. You're not wrong. Like, this is the ugliest looking chart, but it's a good stock though. Like, it's nice how it keeps coming back up, right? So it's halted at $2.06. DBS. Please don't tell my wife that size matters. Yeah, type yes in the chat if you're still holding ZYBT. As ugly as this looks, it just doesn't go away, right? Type yes in the chat if you're still holding a ZYBT. So it looks like BIYA is trying to hold that bottom, guys. So you see this double bottom here, right? For BIYA, they're trying to defend that. Trying to. And then this one's on halted now too, ADVB. So watch that 200 EMA. The 200 EMA. Dan says no. Local weirdo, volatility for the most part. Yeah. When a stock moves too quickly up and down in one direction, either direction, they halt it just to get people to relax a little bit. It doesn't always work like that though. OJ, yeah. Monday to Friday. 9:10. Today we were late because Dan was, anyways. Yeah, so 9:10 usually. AM Eastern for 3 to 4 hours, and then we go back to Discord. That LBGJ stock is done okay with the comeback, hasn't it? Apple is hitting brand new lows of the day, guys. So Apple looks pretty weak today. But again, Virus, I wish you bought some puts at 335. Wish you bought some puts. Lee Bang is the name of the company. Lee Bang. It's halted up again. Every candle just halts. Every single candle. But nice break above the golden pocket retest, and then boom skis. Yeah, I like SDOT. I like what it's doing. I really like the consistency of SDOT at the bottom there at $30. Right. An excellent spot. $30. They said we hold the line. We hold the line. And then obviously you can see though, like the closer you get to 34, 35, then the more resistance you have. Good job, Kristen. I know. Yeah, I wish you took it too. Yeah. And then just had a stop loss at like right below the golden pocket there. Jersey Mike's is IPOing today. Are they really? Because when I looked at the list this morning, it wasn't on there. But sometimes the list gets updated, post market open. I don't see it on the list for some reason. Flip sauce. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, BS like, hey guys, you know what? I gave you monies. Hopefully you enjoyed the monies. ADVB on the other hand is like, hey, you see the 200 EMA? I'm just gonna come back. BIYA looks pretty weak, right? Slim. BIYA looks pretty weak. Like this looks pretty weak. So just like last time, right? Price action is gonna be king. So wait for some consolidation. Alrighty, wait for some consolidation. Wait for some evidence of like, okay, you know what? We actually found a base, right? Asking for an exact number in a stock like that, it's asking for violence. Robert, good morning. Yeah, just like last time, like this is what we talked about last time, right? Like, look at this. When the market opened, this thing we liked it. It was number two, right, on the stream title. We liked it, but then we were like, this doesn't look good at all, right? Like, let it drop, right? Let it drop, and then we said, hey, we still don't like it because it's we have a double bottom, but we have resistance right there, right? And then all of a sudden we started getting the higher lows and then the breakout, right? And then that's when the rocket happened, right? So sometimes, yeah, you want to pick the perfect number on the way down, but it's just not ready. You do have the golden pocket around 610 here, so like if you want to take a gamble, maybe this is the area, right? If you want to take a gamble on this thing slim with the tight stop loss, you can say, hey, you know what? This might be the area. But you just have to know that it's not quite ready yet, right? There goes damn guys. ZYBT said thank you, goodbye. Wow, 200%. Sheesh. 200%, guys. I like it. I like it. I still want to see that candle close about 220 though, because I think it's resistance. Good job. Good job, Kirsten. 197, 215. Good job. Let's go. Good job. Yeah, no, this week is way better already. That candle is taller than you. That's a nice green candle, Dan. Right. So again, 220 resistance on this thing. And a whole bunch of you guys were in this one, so congratulations. Right? We kept saying it this morning, right? As suspicious as this stock looks, it's still one of the best ones, if not the best one, right? Along with ADVB, right? So it's nice that it's popped, right? And it did a really good job holding the 50 and higher lows, and then boom skis, boom skis. JMKE. Huh, interesting. Jersey Mike's. Honestly, I don't know why companies like these IPO, Tiffany. I don't know why. Like, why would you IPO Jersey Mike's? Like, what's the point? What's the point? It's a damn sandwich. Like, where do you think you're going? I mean, we know why the IPO though, to make money, but still, you know what I mean? Why? Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, don't forget to smash a like, guys, if you haven't already, please. Yep. That's about it though, Desmond, right? They need money, that's it. Right? They want to expand probably. But in a world where like, we're rewarding AI and companies like that, where the hell are we going with sandwiches on the stock market? Come on. When you go to IPO, they should ask you like, what do you do? Right? You sell sandwiches. Do you make at least 100 million? Get the hell out of here. Yeah, the 30th. Yeah, that's why it's not on the list yet. I'm not buying the sandwich. Yeah, right. It's not on the list because it's not been priced yet. So usually this site is pretty damn good for telling me what's coming, and I look at it every morning. So just to see if there's anything cool, right? And Jersey Mike's is definitely not on there yet. Oh wow, damn. Okay, 724 million in 2025, which is an 11% increase. Wow. Okay. Damn. Okay then. They do make good money. I mean, they make more money than some of these companies that we look at. I was about to compare them to SpaceX, but SpaceX is only in that position because they're spending their money. Right? SpaceX makes billions of dollars, but so it's not even the same. I know that's a lot of sandwiches. Damn, it's a lot of sandwiches. SB is it starting to consolidate? Yeah, like I said, right? If you're gonna gamble on BIA, this is the spot. And if you're like, you know what, I don't really see that it's not really doing stuff that I like yet, but I want to gamble. That circle is your spot there. So, and there goes ZYBT. ZYBT is the captain right now, though. 229%. ZYBT is halted up again, guys. ZYBT is halted up again. I know, Craig. Like it's a damn sandwich. Yeah. They do fat pack. Yeah. I've never had a Jersey's Mike sandwich. I don't think we have that in Canada. So next time I'm in the States, I need to try Jersey's Mike. Jersey Mike's up to give free ice cream for reading over the summer. Oh, Tiffany, that sounds fun. Sounds like a lot of fun. Tiffany, have a wonderful rest of the day. Enjoy. Tender, yeah. ZYBT's halted up again. $2.30. Yeah, it's halted up. Very overpriced. That's how they make all that money. Tiffany, yes, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Uh, yeah. I mean, you never know, right? You never know. Like sometimes these stocks can become good investments, especially if they're making money like that. There's 30 stores in Canada, really? Oh, I've never seen one. Then maybe it's because I don't really. Anyways, I've never seen one. I need to look then. Let me search it up. Oh, that's not that bad then. Okay. Uh, mm, 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 mm. Yeah, see the ones that are. I think I see one. Yeah, that's pretty far. That's why I've never seen one. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, that's the 137 one. That's very far away from me. That's very far. That's a mission then. That's why I've never seen it. Because yeah. You better start praying. Yeah, there you go. Yep. You better start praying and doing the speech, right? So again, but you have to know that it's a gamble, right? Because it's not ready. Like there's nothing about this that says I'm ready. It's simply just a hey, I want to take a gamble. Yeah. You need to get out more. Yes. Hey, I went to the beach on the weekend. I forgot to tell you guys. Yeah. I went to the beach on the weekend. Yeah. See, I did get out. I went to the beach and then they had an air show. A lot of people. A lot of people. Way too many people. On Saturday they had like 20,000 people, and then on Sunday they had like 10,000 people. It was cool though. It's cool. Yeah. It's like a Kinoso beach or whatever they called it. It was nice. No, the weather was nice. Like one thing I realized when I was at that air show, I'm like, damn, can you imagine living in Iran right now? So they had, I don't know what that plane was called, but it was one of those, it was one of those. You guys most likely know what it is, but it was one of those planes um, that like you can see the plane right here, but by the time you see the plane, like the sound comes before the plane or the sound comes after the plane. It was pretty scary. Virus, so I can imagine. That thing was a rocket. Yeah, one of those, something like that. But I think these are older ones though. So can you imagine what they have now? Like by the time you saw the plane here, the sound came like 10 seconds after the plane was here. And by the time the plane was gone, the sound was still here. I'm like, can you imagine living in one of those countries where like, you wake up in the middle of the night and it's yeah, crazy, Frankie, crazy. Like that is some scary stuff. I'm glad we don't live, in places like that. We just go to see them. They destroy people, craziness. Anyway, ZYBT is on halted and making brand new highs of the day. So 250%, guys. I think the fact that we're getting a name like this is a good thing. It's a very good thing, by the way. Alrighty, so 250 is your next resistance. Alrighty, 250 wall, and then most likely halted down. Um, Going to work. Have a great day. Sounds good, BH. Have a wonderful rest of the day. See you tomorrow morning. But I just like that we're getting something that's running because now I think this is going to set up the tone for the week. We always want to start the week with some chaos. So 250 and then halted down at 225. Alrighty, yeah, it's halted down 225. Yeah, bro. I know Virus. I'm like, wait. Virus changed his name again. Uh, good job, Raymond. That's a very good exit. Excellent exit. Right? I'm like, dude, like, okay. By the time you see, like, you don't even see like, you see the plane, you don't hear the sound. So if you're not looking at the sky, you don't see the plane. By the time you hear the sound, the bomb is already, the plane has already done the damage. You're dead already. You're hearing the sound and you're in heaven. Damn. Craziness. Yeah. Unbelievable. Yeah, no, this has been a good run though. This has been really, really good. So I think once you broke above this little top here, $2 resistance to 250, that's a pretty good scalp, right? Mine is in rig. Is yours having an issue? Yeah. Is yours having an issue? What is it saying? Is it saying contact broker to place the trade? Or we're having issues at this time? Yeah. Crazy, Dan. These things are cool. That is pretty scary though. That's pretty scary what those things can do. Fish. Moses listening to him tell you the story of how he split the Red Sea. Bro, I know. See, I wish I could show you guys a video, but um, Anyways, I didn't take very many videos. Um, yeah, that stuff was yeah. You don't realize it at first, like yeah. That made me think of Iran and like Israel and all these countries right away. I'm like, damn, if this is the sound of the plane, can you imagine the sound of the bomb? Can you imagine the sound of the bomb if this is the sound of the plane? No, thank you. Oh my days, we need to get Virus out of there. Virus, we need to get you out of there. Move. Wow, you found the Ten Commandments. Ah, by the time you hear the sound, it's story time in heaven. All the souls are sitting in heaven listening to Moses. You see everybody sitting around the fire. You're like, wait, I was sleeping, and now I'm seeing everybody sitting around the fire listening to the Ten Commandments. Oh my days, where am I right now? Oh damn, that's so crazy. And to think about like how like these are even older planes. Like if they're doing an air show, like it usually is an older plane. So what can the new ones do right now? Like what can they do? Craziness. Yeah, it's crazy. BIYA got bombed. Well, this was a victim of that plane. BIYA definitely got bombed. Right? So like again, I've said this multiple times, right? When you see candles like this, guys, when you see big red candles like this, I don't give a damn that it's a red candle, that it's a yellow candle. Like when you see the size of, like, look at this. When you see the size of the watermelon coming down on your head, you just need to say, let me step aside, please. Let me step aside. Let me wait for the food to hit the ground first. Right? Like it's not about target, it's not about support levels, it doesn't matter, right? When you see the size of these candles, think of that rocket, think of that plane. Just think of that plane, right? Golden pocket, sure, right? That's cool, but we need some consolidation. We need some higher lows, right? Look at the size of these candles. And now we're sitting at the next level here. Like $5, 490. ZYBT is still halted. Actually, no, on halted now, retesting 220. So let's see if we can stay above 220. No, Virus, that thing was at $10. You didn't sell the damn thing if you were in it. Wow. Unbelievable. Uh, to remove restrictions, really? That's crazy. That's way too much time. ZYBT is halted down again, guys, right? So one thing's for sure today, make sure you're locking in your gains. Take your monies. I thought we were going to 50. No, that's SpaceX, Virus. That's SpaceX. That's SpaceX, not not BIA. Yeah. Speaking of which, like what's SpaceX at now? Is it below 120 now? It's holding 120. Right? So they're using all these round numbers as support for now. If that thing breaks below 120, that's when the next wave of panic hits. Right? So SpaceX is gonna be like Tesla. When they crash, they crash. When they run, oh my days. When they run, you're gonna wish you were in it. One of these days. I think what I want to see next is like, Tesla say we're merging with SpaceX, right? So and then bring Tesla in and then send the stock. And then they're gonna issue like, half a share for everybody that's holding Tesla. Bring them in here. Bring them in. I think it's just a matter of time before that happens. You know. But for right now, you need that, you need to have a 3-year plan for SpaceX, because for the first 6 months are scams on an IPO. Because people can't really sell the first month. They're doing unlocks. They're trying to figure stuff out. So for the first 6 months, you just look at it as, okay, opportunities to buy dip skis. Right, your next support on BI, you can see your next support down there, 490 to $5. It looks like it's holding for now, so that's a good thing for now, right? It's a good thing for now. See if it can consolidate though, because it's really not consolidating yet, right? It needs a bit more consolidation than that. This one's still halted down. SpaceX is actually looking a little bit aggressive here, so maybe they're gonna go from red to green. Virus is buying up all the shares. All the shares. And then ADVB still holding the 50 EMA. AMC. I'm not gonna lie. AMC had good earnings, right? AMC had good earnings, guys. Which is why the stock went up 17%, right? So AMC Q2 2026 revenue of $1.6 billion, right? 14% increase year over year. So the price of popcorn definitely went up, right? So they made money. They had good earnings. If your revenue increased by that much, by 14%, that's not bad, especially if it's not in the millions. So they had good earnings. So AMC. So it looks like they're gonna have their okay. They had the conference call this morning. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't change anything for AMC though. AMC is still a POS. Right. So AMC sees best May since 2019. That was June 2nd though. That's old news. Yeah. So they had good earnings. The market said, you know what, we'll give you something. We'll give you something for that. Right. Does it matter though? Not really. I'd rather buy BIA at $5 than buy AMC at $2.30. I think the reason why AMC is bouncing is because of this. Because the chart is super, super cheap. The stock is cheap now and the chart wasn't that bad. The day, yeah. I think it's more this than anything else. I think it's just the technicals than yeah. Anyways, moving on. BI still playing games there, and this one's still halted. And then they go ZYBT on halted, right back to $2 for the retest. Sheesh. Again, guys, today, if you don't have stop losses or you're not taking profits, you're getting cooked. You know that, right? Cooked. So again, when a stock is halted up, guys, what have we said, right? Especially after a crazy pump, you want to move that stop loss up. Because if it goes below, you're going to cry. Don't get greedy. It's halted down at 188. So it halted up at 188, halted down at 188. Virus, it's a sign. Monies. It's a sign. Oh, no. Okay. So those are two different people. Yeah. Yeah, those are different people. Okay. Yeah, look at ADVB. Yeah, I like the way this one's been curling. Same resistance at $9, but I like the way that it's coming back. I like the way that it's coming back. The supply zone is obviously still there. You're green on ADVB? Okay, good job. What did you get in at, Brandon? So it goes 880. So again, the resistance is obviously closer to $9. So they're slowly pushing it up there. All right, there goes 890. So just be careful. Just be careful. So high of 890 on that candle and then back down. Uh, hmm. Okay. 821. Okay. Is it dead? I mean, it looks like it's dead, but it's way too volatile to say that it's dead. ADVB looks like it wants to just pop, doesn't it? I think it looks like it just wants to go boom skis above $9. Doesn't change the fact that it's resistance though, so you want to be careful still. Yeah, I mean, you do have some support in this area, right? Which is why this line is here. Yeah, so you do have some support there. You can see the double bottom, right? We've talked about this level already. We have a line at $5 ish, and then we also have that line at 470, which is what I think you're looking at, right? But for now, they're holding the first line. They're like, please let me hold this one, please, please, BIYA, please. And SpaceX is slow. SpaceX is only down 50 cents now. So Virus, they said you want to talk trash? Don't talk trash. Don't change your name, Virus. Oh, I can't believe Virus changed his name. Screw Elon. Now you know how I felt when I was holding Tesla and Elon was talking trash on social media, you know? I'm like, dude, shut the hell up. Nobody cares about your rubbish. We're not here. We're not investing in your political views, you know? And then Elon kept going and going and fighting all the politicians, and the stock kept getting cooked. I was here looking like Wojak, you know? I was looking like Wojak. Elon was on social media fighting politicians, and they kept shorting the damn stock. Here goes ADVB. So $9 test. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm definitely holding a SpaceX bag. Yeah, but that's a bag that I gladly hold because I want more dipskis, you know? At the same time, I was nice and green on that bag, and I didn't sell it. But I wasn't gonna sell it. So that's more of that went into one of those accounts where I don't sell stuff. You know, in the account where I don't sell stuff. Let's go. OJ, welcome to the community. Is that your daughter in the picture? Welcome to the community. Let us know if you have any questions. Yeah. Yes. Elon needs to stop making us hold bags, because that's what he's good at. Making people hold bags. Damn, SDOT got cooked, guys. Look at that. From $34 back to 29. Damn. Yeah. You don't understand how SpaceX is an investment? What do you not understand? I think, and like, trade it, dump it, don't hold it. Yeah, you can. You definitely can, right? You definitely can. If that's what you want to do, that's fine, right? Because I definitely could have sold it because I got in at 150. I could have sold it above 200 if I wanted to, but right, I didn't want to because I don't really care. Also, it's not that size of a position where I'm like, oh my days, I need to panic. Not that big of a position. Yeah, but see, that's what you're looking at, though, right, Anon? We've looked at that same thing for every IPO so far. Palantir was the same thing, right? Palantir, Robinhood was the same. Like, we were sitting here a few years ago talking about Robinhood, right? At $30. Like, Robinhood doesn't make that much money. Like, how do they even make money? Robinhood at $30? That is trash, right? But then Robinhood went to $9 to $6, and then eventually to 100 and something, right? Palantir, same thing, right? Palantir, same thing. Meta, same thing. So when people look at SpaceX and say it's an investment, it's because they know what the company is capable of. Not right now. Right now, it's not worth $100. Right? SpaceX is not worth $100 right now. Do we like it for the future though? Yeah, absolutely. So the SpaceX, right? So you can't say that you can't change your you know what I mean? You can't change your theory for a different stock. That I understand. You can't say, oh, there's a viable path to profitability. No. So the SpaceX. They're either profitable right now or they're not. And back then it wasn't. Right? Palantir became profitable because I remember when we were looking at those earnings, right? It was like 2 years ago, something like that. They said we're going to be profitable here and out, and that's it. And then the stock just exploded. Uh, yeah. If it wasn't for that company, I think you're focusing on one thing, right? If it wasn't for that, for the AI business and the fact that they're spending money there, right? Look at the earnings. They made $18 billion in Starlink, right? Starlink is a brand new company, and for the most part, right? Like, for the most part, and they're already at $18 billion and on, right? Think about that. So, yeah, no, it's just whatever you're. To me, it's an investment. To you, it might not be, right? And that's fine. That is completely okay. Starlink is good, but it's the only profitable. Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? You can't ignore that. You have to look at all of it, right? At some point, Starlink wasn't profitable, and that's not the only company they have, right? So, and can you imagine if they merge the companies and bring those robots? Those robots are going to be profitable at a ridiculous level right away, right? So, yeah, when people buy SpaceX, they're buying potential, right? And it might not be there yet, and that's fine. If you want to wait for $50, maybe $50, might be worth the market cap, but yeah, yeah, it really is the only thing that's making the money. Yeah, and on, yeah, me too. Which is why I don't mind the drop, right? Me too. So ADVB guys got rejected at resistance, but I think you guys all knew that. If you were in the position, you could see that we've been here 3 times now, including like this morning, right? So we've been here a few times at $9 for ADVB, and then back to $8 multiple times. So you definitely want to make sure that you're taking profits. Again, the red zone isn't just here because it's nice to look at. It's not here for decoration, right? It's there to remind you, like, hey, please be careful. It's red for a reason. Ready? No, 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 no. Pray for Apple. Why? What's happening with Apple? Looks like the markets are slowly dipping again. There goes the ADVB with a slap, right? So, but again, you could tell that there was resistance up there. And then for ZYBT, guys, you can't really say that this stock is dead because of the volatility. You know, like 1 second it looks like it's dead, the next second it's coming back. So, and it's still well above the 200 EMA and the VWAP. So, the answer is not. It's not dead. Is BIA dead? BIA looks like it's trying to hold this support around $495. So I think it needs to reclaim 520 to 530 to really get moving again. But for now, is it dead? It looks super weak. But if it can find a way to consolidate longer here, around $5 to 490, then it has a chance. Alrighty. So like I said, yeah. So you have a little bit of support in this area, but you also have some resistance right there. So you need that higher high. Right? You need the higher lows, but you also need to break the structure of the consolidation. So scalps for now. Scalps. Let me take a look at that. No, 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 no. Oh yeah. Let's see. But a few times, yeah. Yeah, no, Chef, that was a good exit. Husky. So you can tell though, right? Like BI is really fighting here. You see those candles? We just talked about this, right? You see those last green candles though? Those candles went right to 530 and said, nope, we shall not pass. Right? Like these candles just popped to that 530. So yeah, like it's nice that it's going up and down like this. So if you catch the bottom and it holds, that's perfect. But it also needs to break to the upside for confirmation. So it has work to do here, but yeah. To get warms. Are you holding puts now? Z puts? Okay. You're holding puts? Okay, nice. With the view of the wildfires. Hey, Joe. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, it's crazy that you guys have all these fires as AMC is testing highs of the day, guys. AMC is not looking too poor today. 20%, right? Nothing crazy. Not that big of a deal. Nobody's getting excited over AMC, right? ZYBT looks way better. But it's crazy that you guys have all these fires because like I haven't smelled smoke. I haven't seen smoke. I don't see any fires. So, but then again, Canada is bigger than the US. So, you know, right? I don't want to see like North America stuff. Like look at this, guys. Look at this. Like look at Canada, look at the United States, right? Like look at that, right? So like look at that. So Canada is bigger or similar. So you guys might be smelling some smoke because you're close. Yeah, I don't see any smoke. That's why Trump is like, make it the 51st state, so he can scam us. Yeah, and yeah, uh, yeah. No, it's moving up, but so are the markets. I think we just had a little bouncy here on everything. Yeah, see, SpaceX bounced up a bit, Spy bounced, Apple bounced, everything bounced. Uh, but who would want to live there? I don't know. Trump obviously wants to. He wants to take us. Yeah. Brandon? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Do I think it's dumb to take a position on V at these levels? Let me take a look. Because I know V looks very weak, right? It looks really, really weak. Um, Let me look at the 15-minute chart because this 1 minute chart is for the birds, especially for a name like that. See, I wish we were a little bit lower, closer to 25. I would have said, yeah, not bad. V's lost the momentum, but you can tell though that like there's a little bit of support even on the 15-minute chart around 28 to 27. So like I would say like if you feel like doing it between 28 and 27.50, right? So that little 50-cent range, I would say not bad. But if it breaks below 27, get rid of it because we might be going back to 25. And then also hopefully they don't drop an offering. Alrighty, because that would be a problem for you. But for now, yeah. Again, BI is doing a really good job, guys, of holding this 5. It's consolidating. The longer it holds, the better. Alrighty. It also just needs to break out. Yeah. Yeah. BI is doing a really good job though. This is the first time it's consolidated like for this long, right? So the problem is it has a little bit of resistance up there. And then ZYBT on the other hand says, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Yeah. And then Trump is like, we need to tariff. We need to tariff the smoke. We need to tariff Canada. Trump gets pretty annoying. I was about to say sometimes, but honestly, like all the time now. All the time. Tell that dude to relax. When you guys had fires in California, you know what Canada did? You know what all the countries did? They said, "Damn, California has fires. Let's send firefighters." You know what's crazy is some of those Canadian firefighters are still down there. You know, and then now we have fires, and then and then Trump is like, "Oh, we need to give them tariffs." Like, dude, shut the hell up! Shut the hell up! Shut the hell up! That's not what neighbors do. People's houses are burning, and you're like, "Let's send them tariffs." Like, dude, really? That's the only thing you could say? Unbelievable. $2.17. Yeah, BI can't seem to break out. Like as well as good as it looks holding this bottom, it's still having such a hard time breaking to the upside. So you want to be very careful with that because if it doesn't break, they're gonna slap it. Scientists in Trinidad and Tobago, those are the guys that started the fire in the first place, Dan. They started the damn fires. They were trying to build a rocket. Their rocket burned them and burned all the land. Uh, let's go on Palantir, Kirsten. Good job. Well done. Oh, you said never mind. Nice little pop. Next potential for BIA. Nothing's changed, right? We just talked about the levels. Right? Nothing's really changed here. Nothing's changed. Luckily, we were safe. Motive. Good, 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 good. Did you see Trump when the Spain team was celebrating? I saw him. Yeah, he was standing. I don't think he knew what he was supposed to be doing though. I think he thought like they would. Someone didn't communicate with him, right? I think what he thought would happen was like normal sports, right? You give them the trophy and they take a picture. I think he was standing there for a picture. It's like nobody wants a picture, Trump. It's time to celebrate. Yeah. Dan hates Nvidia now. Hates with a passion. V is back to 2850. So you must have bought that position. You must have bought that position. Right. So yeah, 28 to 2750 is a good base, Tony, for this thing for now. Alrighty. So as long as it stays above, that's not too bad. Uh, with global warming. What do you mean? Like the weather gets better? Thunder, is that what you're saying? That would be nice if we didn't have like, winter and stuff. That'd be nice. Yeah. If there wasn't winter, I think Canada would be a beautiful place. I mean, it still is. It still is, right? If it wasn't for winter, oh my days. Can you imagine those mountains all year round? Shush. Shush. Those mountains, then yeah. Same for Russia. That's different though. Russia is different. They're nice. They're nice in the winter. Yeah. But they're way more beautiful in the summer though. That's enough for today. Mexican, let's go. Good job. Yeah, especially with the weird price action today. Yeah, good job. Yeah, it got rejected at 220, basically. Rudolph. So yeah, I've seen pictures. I've never been there. Nova Scotia. Yeah, I've seen pictures. I've just never been there. Yeah, we need a Canadian road trip. Canadian road trip. When I look at the daily chart, it looks like it's just recharging, but yeah, no, exactly, Tony, exactly. Which is why like that spot is a good spot with a tight stop loss, right? Yeah, it's not bad. What do you think of the daily chart for V? Let me take a look. I mean, on the daily chart, you're retesting the 9 EMA, so that could be a recharge area. Yeah, yeah. That daily chart points to the same thing. Like if you break below 27, then you have a problem. So it's the same, which is why I look at the 15-minute chart because that 15-minute chart should tell us enough. Yeah, like AMC isn't horrible today, right? AMC isn't horrible today. You obviously have a lot of resistance. You can see like AMC has been failing at the same level, right? So it's not horrible today. They had good earnings. ZYBT is halted down. It's so stupid because like it's in the same range. So I don't know why they keep halting in the same range. If it breaks above 250, if ZYBT breaks above 250, then yeah, $3. But I don't think we don't know whether it's gonna break 250 or not. Exactly, Dan. Exactly. 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 If you've been holding AMC for over a year, your average is like, somewhere ridiculous. So this little 20% bounce to $2.30 is just waiting for Adam Aaron to go into the office and drop another offering. I never took, oh my goodness, what a time that was. I know. Crazy. I wish we get, I think we're going to get some, a rally like that at some point. Not on AMC though, but on something else, right? Every year we seem to get something ridiculous. So we need some boomskis, right? Like I said, BIA guys, it's doing a really good job of holding the bottom, right? So that range is 490 to $5. So I can move the line to 490 if we really wanted to, right? So BI is doing a good job of holding the bottom. It's just not breaking to the upside, right? It's just not breaking to the upside. So it needs to break above 530. But for now, if it can stay above the bottom of the range, maybe that's not a bad thing, you know? Maybe it's not a bad thing. But it's not ready until we break above 530. SpaceX. Ooh, SpaceX is about to go from red to green, by the way. There he goes. Virus is smiling. Oh, there goes SpaceX. Green. Virus is smiling. Rob is smiling a little bit, just a little bit. Are you happy now, Virus? Red to green? For now. Until the markets, look fishy again, and then it's like, oh no, but. Yeah. Green for the day. Doo, doo, doo. Doo, 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 doo. Interesting. Don't laugh at me. Uh-oh. Ivan, when you start like that, don't laugh at me, but I did a silly thing a few weeks ago and bought 1,000 shares of Piho at $18. Piho. You really saw the stocks at Piho and you're like, let me buy 1,000 shares of this. I sold everything at 45. Okay. Oh, okay. Watch it past 50. Thought I'd be oh, never mind then. Not as bad as I thought it was gonna sound. Ivan, you did good. Unbelievable. You did good. Why is that silly though? Yeah, there's nothing silly about that. Yeah, no, there's nothing silly about that. Yeah, slowness. Slowness. James, do you have a position or question for GMM? Oh, I see, Ivan. I see why. You did good though. That was good. Yeah, that's nice monies. Very nice monies. Congratulations. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, this one doesn't seem like it wants to break to the upside again. ZYBT is unhalted. This is definitely a scalping market, right? Scalp, 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 because everything goes up and everything goes right back down. So, and this is perfect in a non-PDT market. So you don't have limited trades. You can keep trading all day if you want to. Just make sure you lock in gains. Right? Yeah, S dot has been getting slapped. As soon as it broke below $30, La Pro Electrical, yeah, garbage. This was really the only base that it had today, right? It couldn't break out. It went to the same resistance. Right? Look at that. Same resistance, same resistance, same resistance. Right? That's what I mean. Like you have to keep scalping today. Because if you hold the stock and you're like, it's gonna break out, psych, slap. Right. So this is a scalper's market. May you explain how you set your stop loss and you take profit? Simon, yo, Simon, I'm doing the paper trading and I'm struggling a little bit with that position. I'll send you a class. Alrighty, we should have a class somewhere. Because there's so many ways to do that, and there's so many ways to set the target. And the stop loss isn't just about setting a stop loss, right? So there should be a class in the Legend Pro channel. And these are things that you just figure out as time goes on, right? So you're doing good. I like that you're paper trading, and it's about time Josh asked you to come. No, no, no. We have a class somewhere because I know we spent like an hour talking about stop losses. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, so the more videos you watch in the Legend Pro channel, by the way, yeah, so there we go. Yeah, yeah. So this class is so in this class we talked about stop losses, scaling out, taking profit. So it covers your entire question. Alrighty. So I'm going to send that video to you in Stock General. Ready, Simon? Okay, I sent it to you in Stock General. 4 times last night, and I attempted to utilize yeah without us. Yeah. Okay, then just ignore that for now. Then ignore that for now. Keep paper trading. So that class is more of an addition to everything else. Watch some of the other classes. Alrighty, Simon. Yeah, exactly, Dan. Exactly, Josh. Yeah. So ZYBT is halted up now, $2.08. Yeah, so you're missing, so like the Fibonacci is like it's a luxury, it's like one of those things. Like imagine you're driving a car, right? You're driving a car, you have your windshields, you have like it's one of those things where like what can we call that? Um hmm it's like you have the washer fluid, but you sometimes you pour water on the windshield for because you ran out of like washer fluid. It's like that. It's not the most important thing in terms of the golden pocket, yes, but it's not the most important thing. So my recommendation for you would be to go back to that channel, keep watching those classes. Alrighty. So the one I sent you talks about scaling in and out. There's another one for entries. There's another one. So just keep watching those, and there's so many. It's going to take you a lot of time, but just keep watching one at a time and paper trading for now. So take your time. Take your time. You'd rather learn very slowly like that than learn how we learn, which was by losing monies. So so take your time, just keep going through those videos. Write notes, set rules for yourself, and be disciplined. Alrighty. Uh, yeah, there you go. Yes, yes. Josh knows. Yeah, that's why we have those videos. Those classes, those videos. Learn from the mistakes, not by making the same mistakes. If you do make those mistakes, to make them to a lesser degree. Yeah, yeah. No, take your time. Take your time. It's like starting a new job, right? You start a new job, you have to go through the process of, yeah, think of the potential, right? Some of you criminals make more than you know. Let's use Dan as an example, right? Just because we know what his daily goal is, you don't always hit the daily goal. But Dan's daily goal is $3,000, right? Do you think a doctor makes $3,000 a day? Some do, right? Think a lawyer makes three? Some do, right? But again, I bring up those examples though to show you how like the comparison in terms of like look at Dan's schedule. Dan shows up for a few hours and then he goes for breakfast, right? Do you know how many hours the doctors have to work for? 12-hour shifts and longer, and the level of education, right? So sometimes when you see that something has potential, you should also be willing to put in the work and just take the time and yeah. And it's your first day? No, that's a good thing. That's okay. Take your time. Yeah. So SpaceX is back to green. So virus is yeah, happy. ADVB is still holding the VWAPs. ZYBT is still halted. BIYA, for some reason, this thing just wants to consolidate now, which is okay. Alrighty. So again, the longer it stays above the bottom, the better it is if it can break out. So maybe at some point after lunchtime, it can break out. So I still don't mind that thing. I do not mind. And then there's the videos on how to, set up your day and create a watch list and what to look for. So there's a whole process. Whole process. Yeah. So just stick between the new trader education for now, Simon, and the Legend Pro channel. The Legend Pro channel is going to be very good for you because those classes are well structured. So really, really, yeah. If you go back to November, so my recommendation for you in the Legend Pro channel would be to go back to November 9th of last year and start watching from there because that's when we really structured those classes. And then go if you go to the new trader education section, go to the top and start coming down. Why? Because we have some screenshots in there with rules as well, right? Like, hey, don't let it go more than 8% stop loss, or this is what you need to follow. So like, there's some screenshots in the new trader education section that you don't want to miss because they help you create those rules as well. Week sideways halted, on halted now. ZYBT is on halted. Yeah, exactly. 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 And pray. Yes. Yes, yes. Okay, let's see. You can tell the Bia is like, can I go, please? Can I just go? I'm already at the bottom. Can I just go, please? And the market's like, no, you shall not go. But it wants to go though. You could tell it wants to go. You see what it's doing? There we go. You see? It's like, yeah, I want to go. I'm already at the bottom, guys. Just let me go, please. Just let me go, please. Just let me go. So again, if you took the gamble at the bottom, that's not bad, right? Type yes in the chat if you took the gamble around $5 on BIA. Type yes in the chat if you took the gamble around five. Yeah, so nice little curly. It looked like it wanted to go, right? We said this more. The longer it consolidates, the better. What we need to see though is that thing needs to hold about $5.30, right? So it needs to stay about $5.30, and then we can get a push to the downtrend. Nancy, yes. Desmond, yes. Look at these criminals, guys. Just buying the bottom, Look at these criminals. Buying the bottoms. Criminals. But again, this was the first time it really consolidated. So if you wanted to take that gamble and put a stop loss below, it worked out. Uh, and a lot of information. I think 14 hours yesterday would break into basics and terminology. Yeah. Take your time, paper trade. If you don't take a road trade in a month and 3 months, it's not gonna like that's fine too. Take your time and go through those videos. Don't overwork yourself too. Simon. Right, make sure you take breaks. Yeah. Dang, you're putting in a lot of yeah. Simon says I'm gonna put in all the work. Yes, that's what it takes. You're in at 6, Tony. Okay, so you need more boom skis then. You need more boom skis. Yeah, absolutely, Josh. Absolutely. Yeah, if you missed it, Simon is Josh's nephew. Alrighty. So we're gonna make Simon Coke. Coke. Let's go. Let's go, Josh. Let's go. Love it. Love it. Love it. Okay. How to have a stop loss in pre-market? You can't. Ali, you can't. Stop losses do not work in pre-market and after hours. Funny enough, we just had a class on that, right? Funny enough, we just had a class on that 2 weeks ago, right? So if you go over to the channel, videos, right? The second last video. So 2 weeks ago, 8 days ago, we talked about this, right? In that class, how to set stop losses in pre-market. The conclusion was that you can't, but there's a way to do it, right? There's a way to mimic a stop loss, but it's really not a stop loss, right? So, but yeah, you cannot set a stop loss in pre-market or after hours, alrighty. The reason why brokers do that is because sometimes in pre-market and after hours, guys, the spread is ridiculous, and someone's gonna end up getting screwed, and people are gonna complain, right? All about the base. So look at that base, right? That was a nice base. And now we're testing the downtrend line. So we're gonna have resistance here between 560 and 565. Ready? But if you took the gamble and you bought the dip, you're happy, right? Even the break above 530 is not horrible either. So it's not bad, right? So we broke above 530 and we're actually pushing higher. So that's not a bad thing. So an extra 30 cents from 530. The question though is, now that we're sitting in the downtrend line, are we going to break through, or are we going to stall and come back down for a retest? Are we going to stall and come back, or are we going to go more boom skis? 560 going once, going twice, and sold to Josh. Come on, give us more boom skis there. Again, that yellow candle with the purple downtrend line is always going to be an area for selling. I'm super stoked to be here. QQQ is what I've been paper trading on and in between the yeah. So yeah, play around, Simon. That's what people should be doing when they're new to the market, right? Play around with the large caps, the ETFs, the momentum stocks. See what you like, right? Because we mentioned this before. Personality really is, it really affects the market in the sense that, like your personality might fit with options or with a large cap or with a momentum stock more than it fits with anything else. And then you're like, you know what? I see some success here. Let me do this instead, right? So yeah, keep playing around. Yeah. Once you watch that class, that class I sent you, it's this one here, I think. Yeah, once you watch that class, you're going to notice that we talk about so many different ways of setting a stop loss. This one here, right? I sent you this one. So yeah, you know, it's covering the damn thing. So yeah, so when to sell a stock, stop losses, scaling out, right? So there's so many ways to set a stop loss, and this will kind of help you out with the different options. AMC is pushing for the highs of the day. Funny, huh? I'm just waiting for the offering. So we're struggling a little bit here with the downtrend line, guys, for BIYA. You have to be a member, Ali, to watch those classes. Those are member only classes. Right? Those are member only classes. So we do our best to make sure that our members succeed with for tomorrow. Yeah. 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 No, you have a lot of stuff to go through, as you can tell, right? Make sure you watch these psychology classes as well, Simon. Right? Stuff like this. Right? This is very, very important. Cool. Trading psychology, right? Having a trading plan, right? Stuff like this, right? Uh, Trading blueprints, shift from casino to CEO. So, especially for you, since you're new to the market, you want to make sure that you have your mindset is in the right place. Okay, SpaceX still creeping up here. Yep. And then BIYA still looking good. Yep. So back to 560 here. 560, slow and steady. AMC, you wish AMC was exploding. I mean, I think we all wish AMC was exploding. But no, AMC is looking okay, right? Like we said, they had good earnings. The market's rewarding them for having good earnings, but it's 22%, right? Like ZYBT doesn't have any news today and it's up 200%. So you could tell, right? Like, we could care less about AMC, right? Because we could scalp this one and make lots more monies on this one. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think as soon as you mentioned it, they're like, yep, that's support. But you could see that support anyways, right? Again, today's a scalp day, guys. You can be scalping ZYBT like all day long. Like, look at this, up and then down and then up and then down and then up. As long as you don't diamond handed, you're okay. Let me take a look at V. So we talked about this because Tony was asking, and we said, hey, 27 is not bad. 27 to 27, 28 to 27.50 is not bad. And look at that. It's back to $31. V's like, I'm back, baby. I'm back. Is looking better, virus. Let's go. Yeah, the markets are pushing up now. Push it up, virus. Push it up. Actually, the tech stocks are coming back nicely. Yeah, dragging the markets up. Nice. Actually, everything's very strong. AMC. AMC with a nice pop. New highs of the day. What's your position in AMC? What's your position in AMC? So BIA is having a hard time with that little purple section there. So it needs to break. And then ZYBT, the scalp of the day. The beauty scalp of the day, guys. Cook virus, cook. $1.75. Good job. Congratulations. Yeah, that's not bad. Especially with that amount of shares. 20,000 shares on AMC. Damn. 20,000 shares at 175. Sheesh. You definitely went all in on AMC. You know, that's a really good rebound on V. Really good rebound. Yeah. Even 208 is not bad paid, Richmond. Yeah, it's not bad. What's the minimum? So the minimum is as small as possible. So you want to go as small as, so you want to go from paper trading to as small as possible to get, you know, to get the emotions and your skin in the game, but not also big enough that it's going to hurt you because you're brand new, right? So there's paper trading, you know, but that doesn't involve the emotional aspect of it. Now it doesn't matter whether you have real money, whether it's $2 or $100, you're gonna feel like some sense of like, you know, emotional trading. So you definitely want to like start as small as possible. So there's no amount, right? As small as possible, to make you feel like, okay, I'm in the market, right? So and then as you see success, then you can slowly increase the amount you're playing with. Do, 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 do. You know these songs are old when you can start singing them before they come on. Yeah, it's Dan's fault though. Anyways, guys, ZYBT's halted up. It's been halted up for a minute now. But yeah, so $2.30 halted up. So this has been the gem scalp of the day. Right? Scalp, 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 scalp. When it crashed after a certain hour flooding everything, yes. Yeah, no, take your time. That's why you want to work these things out, right? And come to that understanding that, hey, you know what? This is normal, right? So you plan something and it doesn't work, it's not always gonna work. So yeah, you don't wanna use real money and feel that for the first time because then you just get overly emotional and it doesn't work that way. The emotions are gonna be your worst enemy, you know? 13, 32.26 Winterfell. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. No, yeah, it got slapped. They said, you know what, that's enough out of you for now. That is enough out of you. Again, just a reminder, guys, that don't get scammed in Discord. Alrighty, I'm not gonna send you any. Whether you know, I'm not gonna be sending you friend requests or sending you DMs in Discord. So don't get scammed, please. If someone sends you a DM or friend request with my name and my picture, it's probably a scammer. Alrighty. So if you message me first, though, or if you send me a friend request first, then that's a different story. Don't get scammed, please. Pretty please. Send me a request. No. And you've had 5 already? Yeah. So I don't really that's one thing like you know, every so often I'll send someone a DM like, hey, but you can tell like there's a difference, right? Like I'm not gonna send you a paragraph, you know. Sometimes I see someone struggling, I'm like, hey, go watch this video. You know, or they're like, oh, I can't find this channel, I can't find this, and then I just send them the onboarding video in the DM, you know. But you can tell, like, you know, that's the only stuff I will really send you. But sometimes someone will DM you and say, hey, you want to copy my trades? Hey, how are you doing? Welcome to the community, blah blah. I'm not gonna do that. Alrighty. There's already a video saying welcome to the community. If you don't watch it, that's on you. Yeah. Frost? Yes. Anyways, BIA is looking good. It's looking better. Let's see if we can get another breakout here. 565. $5.65. 570. There we go. Okay. That's not what I said, Kirsten. That's not what I said. Look at this, guys. Look at this beauty. You see that? Look at that beautiful bottom there. So the longer a stock consolidates, guys, the better. The longer you can find the bottom, the better. It makes your life easier because if it breaks down, you can just say, hey, you know what? It is what it is. I lost 2 cents. Right? Also, we talked about this level, right? Either you catch the bottom, guys, or you wait for the breakout of the top of the range. Either way, you're in the money now. Right? So sometimes I see you guys trying to catch knives, like, why the hell are you doing? What are you doing? Right? Eat off the floor, guys. Look at this. This is the perfect example of eating off the floor. The food is on the ground already. Eat the food on the ground. Right? Eat the food on the ground when it's laying on the ground. The watermelon is laying on the ground. The chicken is laying on the ground. Eat off the floor, not while the food is dropping like a rock. Okay? And then you make some monies. Yeah? Okay. We're on the same page? We're on the same page. Eat off the floor. $5.85. Can we get back to $6? I know someone was in at $6, so I can't remember who. There goes 590. Again, guys, eat off the floor, right? Type yes in the chat if you're holding BIYA. Type yes in the chat if you're holding BIYA. And then just be aware that $6 is going to be your next resistance. Alrighty? But we're back to $6 though. So the golden pocket and the 200 EMA up there are going to act as resistance. So between 6 and 620. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Tony, that was you, right? In at $6. Yeah. So just again, you're back to break even almost, even if it's close, right? It's not that big of a loss anymore, right? Because we were down to 480 and you were concerned. So you've recovered a lot of monies. Yeah. No, you definitely can, right? The break of the downtrend, you definitely can. That's another strategy. Yeah, you definitely can, right? But again, this is what we talk about, right? The consolidation, right? Let it consolidate. Let it break above the consolidation range, right? So now resistance between 6 and 620. Yeah. Not bad. Good comeback. So the halt for ZYBT got extended, so it's a 10-minute halt now. Why? I don't know. Don't know why they're doing that. But they extended the halt. Okay, back to BIM. Again, we already know this level is going to be a problem, right? We know this is going to be a problem area. Not only is it a psychological level, it was a breakdown level, but there's a golden pocket and then there's a 200 EMA. So you have a few reasons why people are going to be selling in that area. So none of that should be really surprising. None of it should be surprising. It depends, Keith. It depends. Like if in this case, when it's resistance like that, yeah, right? Because you know it's going to retrace. It's going to go back down and you can have a better entry. Yeah. But in some cases where like your break even is just, it's a nice level, like it's a breakout, no more resistance, then you can stay in the position. So it depends. And sometimes you just want to get out just to reset and say, oh my goodness, I messed that up really bad, right? I got in at 6, it dropped to 4, like this almost became a disaster. If it didn't hold this level, that could have been a disaster. So now I've made all my money back. I'm only down 5 cents, 10 cents. You know what? Let me just close it for now. I'll come back. So you're just waiting. You're just sitting and waiting for the sideways. If you're waiting for consolidation, damn guys, damn, ZYBT's on halted and immediately halted. Damn. Sheesh. Damn. That thing said on halt and straight to the moon. Straight to the moon. Oh my days. Brand new highs of the day. Previous high was 250. New high, 264. Yeah, this has been the main scalper today, hasn't it? Again, type yes in the chat if you're still holding ZYBT. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding ZYBT. So remember, if you look at the stream title, right, once the market opened, our main stock was ZYBT, our second main stock was BIYA. And so they're both doing okay. They're both doing okay. Yeah. Yes, yes. Nice. So yeah, halted at 280%. Might as well just go to 300%, you know. We're not really asking for too much. We're just asking for chaos today so we know the rest of the week is gonna cook. Yeah. No, this is an all-day scalp. All-day scalp. Where's Raven? Raven is busy making breakfast again, isn't he? Raven is making breakfast again. His wife told him no chatting today. Andy, make sure you're not delayed, Andy. Make sure your red dot is on the stream so you're live. Shoe this week. Interesting. Adidas. So again, BS still looks fine to me, right? We're still getting those higher lows. So it would be nice to break above $6 and push. Break and push. Break and push. 30 minutes. Okay. Break and push. And then let's see what this on halt looks like. Hopefully this isn't another 10-minute on halt, you know, or 10-minute halt. Another 10-minute halt. By Oracle. Okay. Craig, yeah, I think so. I think so. Right. I think so. At the highs of the day, with potential gap up on the on halt, yeah, it's a bit more dangerous than you want it to be. Or long-term investment, David. See, those are two different questions, but they're both on like two different extremes, though. That I think when you look at stuff like that, you want to do more from a your short will be coming from a technical point of view, right? And for now, like if you want to short this thing, that's fine, right? Why? Because it's been 2 weeks and the stock has been failing up for 1420, right? So every day so far, almost for 2 weeks. It keeps going up to this level. These are daily candles. So it keeps going up there and failing. So like if you want to short it, just make sure it doesn't break above 14, 20-ish. If it breaks and it closes above that level, like if it's holding above it, you probably get rid of the short because they're gonna cook you. Right. So it's not a dangerous short, I don't think, right? So you can if you want to. In terms of like a long-term investment, first of all, you need it to get above that 1420, right? It needs to break above that level because now you're going long, so you want it above the resistance. But at the same time, you need to do the research and make sure you like the company. Right. So when you say long-term investment, it's not just based on, oh, I like the chart, or I like, no, it has to be based on, is it actually a good company? You're not gonna know that, you're not gonna know that without doing research. Right? And I haven't done that research, so I don't know that. So BIA, as expected, guys, as expected, right? We knew this level would be a problem, which is why we said, hey, you know what? Maybe take those profits, right? Or maybe get out break even. Right? So $6 to 620 is going to be a problem, whether you like it or not. So now let's see if we can get another higher low and then push. So watch that 50 EMA at 550 there. See if it can hold. ZYBT still halted up. Still halted up. Tell Winterfell to open the door. Open the door, Winterfell. Yeah. It's not lifted. The armed forces of yeah. I think the market's trying to ignore all of that rubbish, you know. I think the market's trying to ignore all of that rubbish. Trying to. Like it dips a little bit, but then we go back up. You know, because again, with the chaos that happened over the weekend, if the market really wanted to follow the war stuff, we would be deep red today again. Yeah. You should have done that. We just said that, like resistance, right, Keith? Would you sell it now? No. If you're gonna do that, you sell it at resistance. We said again, like up there, right? Because you know the resistance is in this area. You sell it up there at resistance. Right? No, while it's already crashing down, because then all of a sudden we find a higher low and then we push back up. So you don't want to be asking questions like that. You want to know what the answer is. And if you're not sure, you ask right away, right? You don't hold the position and hold and then say, hey, the stock is going down. Do I sell now? Right? No, you want to have the answer to your, yeah. Know the stop loss, know the potential entry, know the potential exit. Have a plan. It's a challenge SoFi. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Then to me, I don't know if it's a long-term investment. I don't know, David. I don't know. Maybe someone acquires them. Maybe SoFi can barely cook, so I don't know how, but who knows? Who knows? Yeah, no, keep learning, right? Keep learning. But what we always say is you want to control the things you can control, right? And try your best to have a plan and not just hope things work out, right? The market doesn't work like that, right? Like if I'm going to buy something, I need to know why I'm buying at that spot. I need to know where I'm going to put the stop loss. In my mind, I kind of need to know where I'm going to sell the stock, right? I might not know the exact number, but I need to know, like, hey, if I see the stock struggling, I need to get rid of it. You know what I mean? So you keep learning stuff like that. Oh, Brazil, David? Oh, I see. I see. Interesting. Yeah, I definitely like SoFi more than I like that stock. But SoFi has work to do itself. To 30 SDOT. Maybe they're just following V now. La Pro. Majority of my portfolio is Microsoft. A responsible parent in the house. Whenever the kids get carried away, they make sure there's still order and things. Yeah, exactly. It's always nice to have like place like that. I think everybody should always have a balance, like something long term and then something. Yeah, right. We've obviously been talking about Microsoft, like, hey, this is a nice bottom. This is a nice, like, look at this, right? Look at this. Look at this, right? Look at that bottom, right? You see all these circles down there? That's because we've been talking about Microsoft. right? Like Microsoft is a company that got punished because of they were spending too much money on AI. But like you can only slap Microsoft for so long before that company is too big to just keep crashing. So it's gone from $350 back above $400. So that's a nice rebound. A nice rebound. Yeah, Amazon. Yeah, it's so. Uh, it's a nice rebound. Uh, okay. And then ZYBT is still halted up, guys. So just waiting. Just waiting. Is it bouncing again? Yeah. These names are just, beautiful scalps. Consolidate scalp. So Simon, you see what we were talking about, right? Like kind of a little bit. Not the same on this one, but you see it though, right? So again, massive slaps, you don't want to be doing that, right? But a little bit of consolidation, there's some hope. Yellow candle, uptrend line, demand zone, and then boom skis, it's going back up. Right. So you want to look for things that lead you to success rather than, just kind of guessing and catching falling knives. Yeah, the golden pocket. Yeah, right. The golden candle. So beautiful bounce. Did they extend the halt to 15 minutes now? Yeah, they did. They did. Uh, how long is the halt? Well, it's usually 5 minutes, but if it doesn't open in 5 minutes, then it's 10, and if it doesn't open in 10, then it's 15. So they just keep adding 5 minutes to the time. Right? But nobody ever knows the exact time, so you have to look at the 5 minute mark, the 10 minute mark, the 15 minute mark. So yup. Hopefully that's not GMM. That's the one you were asking for earlier. GMM. Yeah. Yep. Is there a reason? Uh, the reason is that it's not unhalted. Honestly, because we never know. No one's gonna ever tell us. If somebody knows, let me know. Like why does it go from 5 minutes to 15 minutes or to 10 minutes, right? Why does it halt for an hour sometimes? So that's not information that maybe I don't know. I've just never looked into it, but ZYBT. Are you still in this position or you sold already? Uh, open it at 5, Floyd. I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, GMM. Yeah. So let's see if this one on halts here. Alrighty. So 52.42. See if it on halts. There goes the on halt, guys. Damn. Make sure you take profits, please. Damn. It's halted. It's halted down, by the way. It's halted down now. It's halted at 307. Why is it halted down? Because it went to $3.35. It went to $3.35. So when it went from 335 to 307, they halted it down. Oh my days. Ah, China, welcome to China. Yeah, welcome to China. Being every time it on holds, I know, I know. It's kind of annoying. And three holds, Daddy? Yeah, yep, yep. I hope not. I hope not. What does that mean? Mm, Magic, let's go. Look at that, Floyd. Look at that. On a name like this, trailing stop losses work so well, right? On a name like this, when it's really this volatile with all these halts, yeah, trailing stop losses work really well. So Floyd did that blitz, right? Yeah. Yeah. So 20 cent trailing stop loss, meaning that if a stock goes up 20 cents, you don't it doesn't drop, like if it drops 20 cents, you get the hell out. Alrighty. So that push at 335, right? Drop to 307, already out of the position. Yeah. And then yeah, GMM is doing okay. I know James was talking about this one in Discord. He mentioned this like 20 minutes ago, and then now it broke out. Right. So the break above like 350 there, that was your play, James. Yeah, that was your play. Uh, okay. GMM, not bad. BIYA guys, I mean, we hit that resistance and they slowly brought it back down. So hopefully at some point it can find a higher base and then push back up. But when you see resistance at $6, you definitely want to consider taking some profits. KDVB slap or ADVB, yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like these names are just beautiful for scalps, KD, right? Look at that golden candle. You know what the golden candle means, right? So golden candle at the bottom means, hey, I think we go up. Golden candle on the way up means, hey, I think we go down, right? So, and we've explained this multiple times, right? Like when you see the golden candle, it doesn't mean you sell the position, but when you start to see stalling like that, it means, yeah, you have a problem. It's trying to warn you, right? It's like, hey, be careful. Hey, be careful. And then salap. So SPY is going down, SpaceX is going down. They're all the same now, right? SpaceX is obviously going to follow the markets now. And then we're waiting for this one to be unhalted. Average of 1818. I want to average down, but I don't want to lose that average number. What should you do? Let me take a look. I know virus. So far, I wouldn't do it. For the number, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Well, I mean, I see what I see. Yeah. I mean, if this thing was a 1418 virus, yeah. If this thing was I can see what you're looking at, like it's not a bad spot. But if this thing was all the way down here, I would say do it because the opportunity would be right there, so you are testing a little bit of you're holding that level. You already have a position, multiple positions virus. I wouldn't do it for the number. There goes another halt, guys. So ZYBT on halted and then halted again down. Alrighty. But honestly, if you wanted to sell, you should be out. Why? Because it's not that big of a drop, right? From 307 to 295 is not that big of a deal. And actually, this candle did push a little bit before the halt. So, which is why they halted it. Yeah. 1818. Yeah, virus. Keep it. So again, yeah. If you wanted to get out, like the stock isn't really crashing on the halts, which is good, right? That was a quick halt. That was a quick on halt, though. That was quick. And you're really just buying. You're adding to that position in like a dollar. Not even a dollar lower, virus. Like it's not like it crashed. And you already have other positions that are still benefiting if we go back up from here. So let's go, courageous. Good job. 39% is nice. Yeah, good job. Congratulations. In the lab. Okay, let me take. Breaking: Trump has confirmed the United States will immediately apply to host the next available World Cup. uh, See, I don't know. With these days, virus with corruption, would you be surprised if like these days with corruption, I wouldn't be surprised. But I think the FIFA president would be fired, though. I think the FIFA president would be fired if they did that. I think the only way they make that work is if they keep doing like 3 countries at a time, and then it's not gonna happen though. It's not gonna happen. Unless they come up with a fishy scheme, and they're like, hey, we're gonna do this between like England, we're gonna do between England, Australia, and the US, and then it's like somehow these countries only play, I don't know, something silly, but yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I mean, virus. That's what I mean. Like it's not gonna happen. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Soccer, like I think for a lot of those fans though, like I think for a lot of those fans, they had a good time. People that came over from like other continents had a really good time. So they had fun in the US and Mexico and Canada. So that's good. But yeah, it's not the same. They're not nice fans. The players are not nice either. If they tried to do that, oh my days, there'd be violence. So yeah, the next World Cup in 4 years: Spain, Morocco, and Portugal. That's gonna be fun. Exactly, virus. Uh, Physical 100, but I did laugh the. Oh, I saw that Winterfell. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Have you seen that virus? The Netflix the next Netflix show, the Physical 100 or whatever they call it. Today below the viewer, but it's been a nice scalp all day. How do you view this current dip? Same as the last time. It's dipping to the same spot at 750. So if it can consolidate at that level, then maybe they push it back up. What I don't like though is that they're consistently setting it below the view up and the 200 this time. So I think if this thing doesn't consolidate here for longer and show you that it's curling KDN, if it's breaking below that 750 and not holding, honestly, I just say like walk away. Maybe come back the second half of the day and see if we can do something better. Because the more we test these bottom, the more dangerous they get. Yeah. Yes. I don't know why they did that though. Like why is it all of a sudden three countries now? It used to be one country, one country, and that country would be on fire, Yeah. I don't know. They want to make money, They want to make more monies. They want to make more monies. They should have just done the World Cup. I mean, yeah. I think it was fun for Canada to be included though. Make soccer great again. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not really complaining, Not complaining. If it works, it works, right? Yeah. True, true. So there goes GMM again. ZYBT still halted down. Yeah. Yeah. SPY is just slowly bleeding now. So you sound like you. No, I'm just saying, like, that's how it used to be, and this is how it is now. Like this World Cup was good, right? Mexico, US, Canada, like all the fans had fun. It's nice for some people to not travel. Some people just stayed in Canada, Like you don't have to worry about hotels and like, so those three countries usually it's good for them. Right? And then you have options wherever you want to travel to. Yeah. Arsenal? No. No. No, my two teams are City and Madrid. Yeah. City, Madrid. Do, 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 do. Yes, yes. Tim says, if I wanted to save some money for a trip to the next World Cup, what would you guys recommend to do with my money to help it grow in 4 years? That's a good question. Um, what do you guys think in the chat? Manchester United? Keith? No. No, I've been a Madrid fan for a long time now. Since I remember. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, City. I'm like, I don't know, like City is like just like I watch the Premier League like all the time. So then I just pick City, but really like it's Madrid for the most part. Yeah. Buy SpaceX, Tim. Hey, I mean it's an option in 4 years. You might have $2. That's not a bad option, right? Um, Yeah, like I think the two things I'd recommend, your trading money is different. This is more World Cup money, to slowly grow in 4 years, right? Like I would pick one of those ETFs, um, like one of those stable ETFs. Like if you pick like a tech ETF, right, 20% a year, maybe that's not too bad, right? Or maybe when the market crashes, you pick one of these solid, stocks, right? Because we always get a crash in October, September, October, right? So you could, then I mean they're dipping now. Some of these names are down quite a bit, so you could start scaling into some of those names. But when we have a nasty market, because we will at some point, pick up AMD, pick up NVDA, pick up, yeah, wait for the crash, pick up something nice. In 4 years, you're gonna be happy, right? So we always crash, and then we cry about it, but you should be buying the dip skis. Because every time you bought the dip skis, oh my days, Yeah, I mean, if you look at market cycle, we always crash or we always retrace, we always pull back. ZYBT is unhalted. We always pull back in like so March, April, or September, October, right? So I don't know Heisenberg. I don't know. So just always make sure the red dot is on. Oh my days, virus. Yep. When we crash, we crash. No, 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 no. Good job, Fat Pack. That's nice. Yeah, that's very nice. ADVB all day. Well done. Yeah. Now look at that, right? You see that same bottom there for ADVB, right? Same spot. So double bottoms, and then right back up to the downtrend line. So yeah, definitely a scalpy all day today. Scalp, 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 scalp. Uh, with parking ranges from to over 40,000, depending on the stage of the tournament. Yeah, yeah. But that's the United States, though. That's the United States and Canada. That's North America prices, right? If you charge these prices in Europe, or you charge them in Africa, or you charge them, like who's gonna show up? Who's gonna show up? Some people here have the luxury of using credit cards, to go to the World Cup. It's like, hey, I'll pay this off once in a lifetime. It's a memory thing. Yeah, you're not. Some people in some of these countries don't make $40,000 a year, right? So yeah, me too, Tim. Me too. That one's definitely going to be cheaper. And then BIYA is just getting rejected now. So that $6 really was the spot, wasn't it? Yeah. They milk North America. Yeah, that's because they look at sports in North America, right? They're like, if you can go to the Super Bowl and pay $10,000, why can't you go to the World Cup and pay $10,000? If you can go to the NBA Finals and pay $10,000, why can't you go to the World? They compare and say, hey, these guys are paying for this stuff already, right? Now go to Africa or go to Europe and see how much they're paying for tickets to go to a game, right? And then get that rubbish out of here because no one's gonna pay for that. Yeah. So it looks like ZBYT is halted up again. So 270 back to 293. This thing is just halting up too much. Let's give it one more on halt, guys, and then we can hop off and go back to Discord. Good job, Katie. KDN, good job. Nice work. Yeah. Yeah, these halts are just annoying at this point. Very annoying. But yeah, let's give it 5 to 10 more minutes, guys, and then we'll hop off and go back to Discord. What's your advice to buy a GMM Dipsky Lamazoids? GMM? Maybe watch the 50 there at 370. All right, or let it reclaim the 9 EMA. So you're going to be looking at 370 for your first support, and then closer to between 340 and 350 there for your next level. Alrighty, so those are going to be the two main levels to watch for you. That's if it doesn't just bounce now, Yeah, but you're looking for dipskis though, so dipskis are going to be in that range. So virus, all your flights were canceled, right? You can't fly anymore. So you just have to stay there. Just go, just yeah. That's annoying. That is annoying. ACHR. ACHR. Archer Aviation. Nice little pop today. It's like an AMC type pop. A snail pop. Yeah, no, if you took your money on the stock, guys, at $6 ish, you're happy, right? Take your profits, right? Scalp it. Consolidation pop, take your money. You know there's resistance. Take your money because now we're almost back to 5. And then hopefully it bounces again. But you never want to be in a position where you're hoping that, okay, I hope it goes back up to that price. Traveling to visit my parents. Much love. Don't give back. Dan, you're traveling? Okay, sounds good. Safe travels, Dan. Much love. Have a wonderful time. Don't make any videos, please. Just take a break. Okay. See you later. See you tomorrow. What can I say? What can I say, Mr. Azim? What can I say? What can I say? Hey, we trade momentum stocks after all. So what that means is, we go where the money is at, right? So we've been getting groomed to play momentum stocks since Madrid days. Yeah, I don't care about sports that much, to be suffering with the team. Come on now, let's do better. It's not like you were all winning together. You celebrate, they get monies and trophies. Desmond, YouTube. This cumulative, before you know it's up. Yep, exactly. Sam, exactly. Yeah, usually when your Wi-Fi is a little bit slower, they will add the delay to make the stream not buffer. So sometimes it's your Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's halted again, guys. This is getting annoying now, right? So we're gonna keep watching this in Discord for scalps. But like, look at that. Like, how the hell do you halt at like? How do you halt? Anyways, it's moving too quickly and halting too quickly. Just too silly. So let me know if you have any last questions, guys, and then we'll hop off. How is this possible on LBGJ? What do you mean? How is it possible? Like to be down 90%? I mean, the name is Li Bang, so what do you expect? Li Bang, and the stock is from China. China from Li Bang. Li Bang from China. Down 90% in one day. Well, yeah, we've seen this so many times, though. We've seen this so many, at least once a month, we see this, where stock is down 70, 80, 90%. At least once a month. Strike, I'm not sure, right? Can't really tell you that. It depends how we close. That's what I mean, right? It's just getting a little bit annoying. Like what are you supposed to do with these candles? Right? So maybe GMM is gonna take the volume over or something, something else. Something else. Yeah, exactly, Raymond, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, let me know if you have any last questions, guys, and then we will hop off and go back to Discord. Alrighty. So 2 more minutes or so, 3 minutes. Let me know. Let me know. Yeah. I mean, at some point this thing is gonna bounce, but so yeah, going into the rest of the day, guys, the names that remain scalpable, obviously ADVB, right? So GMM is still looking good, right? And then we want to see what happens here with BIYA closer to that $5 level again, see if we can hold. And then obviously ZYBT. So I think those are the main stocks for now. Some of these other names, obviously, but again, the main four right now are GMM, right? GMM, ADVB, ZYBT, and BIYA. So have those on your watch list, right? And then we'll see if we can cook again, later today. Alrighty. Or maybe something else shows up with news after hours. But I think the fact that we had a name go up 300% today is a good thing for the markets. Hopefully, it's no longer slow. And they told me they give me 1 day warranty only. uh, I'd like to join your Discord, but the link is in the description is absent. Smithy, use this link instead. So click this link at the bottom of the chat from Nightbot. Make sure you sign up for the level that says Legend or Legend Pro, not the sold out level. Alrighty, not the levels that say sold out. So click that link from Nightbot at the bottom of the chat if you want to join us. Use mine. Yes, it's faster. Don't forget to smash a like as well, guys, if you haven't already. Hit that subscribe as well if you are new to the community. But yeah, and then we'll hop off in a minute or so. Cool. Yeah, Smithy, if you do sign up, then I'll send you a Discord link. Yeah. So, but you do have to become a member first. So just make sure it's not the sold out level. Or you can sign up whenever you want. If you sign up after the stream, just send me an email or go to the community section. There's an invite link there to Discord. Or email me hottradesx@gmail. Alrighty. But yeah, let's do a minute or so and then we'll hop off and go back to Discord. I want commission. Yes, virus. We need to do something like that. La, 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 la. Yeah. KDN, good. At least it's a green day. It's always you live to trade another day, right? Always good. All the way back to 70. Resistance. Okay. And then they go ZYBT, right? Again, it's looking super sus, especially now that we're leaving too. So, absolutely. Thank you for the super sticker as well. Sure, 143. Righty. Yeah, 50% today. Good job. Well done. Congratulations. Alrighty. We're gonna leave it here for the day. Virus. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Yeah. Yes. Have a wonderful rest of the day, everybody. Much love. Be safe. We will continue in Discord. So see you guys in Discord. I'll see you tomorrow if you're not a member. Thank you, Tim. See you in Discord. Hopefully the afternoon is good. We get some nice runners, Bye, Ross. See you in Discord. Stay safe, please. Stay safe. No new cars for you. Just stay inside. Don't go boxing. Stay inside. Stay inside, please. Box with the kids instead if they don't listen to you. Tell them to do the dishes. Otherwise, okay. Thank you, Willie. Have a wonderful afternoon. See you later. Alrighty. Again, smash a like before you go if you haven't already, please, and thank you. And Nancy, thank you. Bye for now. Alrighty. Bye, Ruthie. Have a good day as well. Bye, everybody. Bye, guys. Bye.